Hey, you guys, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Welcome into the Crime Cafe. Lee, thank you, Lee, for putting out all the spread there. We appreciate the virtual breakfast buffet. We appreciate it. Figured I'd put out the entire spread. Thank you so much. So much. Hey, QB. Yes, as you're popping in, please put your DNA all over that like button. We appreciate it. And if you're watching on the replay, make sure to use hashtag replay in the comment section down below. We would love for you to subscribe if you're new. We're growing our little channel over here in this corner of the YouTube sphere. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Henny. Hey, Spins and Steph. Wishful thinking poll answer. Yeah, yeah. Don't forget to answer or vote in the poll. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Spins, it's good to see you, girly. Good to see you. Hey, Gail. Hello. Hey, Morgana. Brenda. Hey, Brenda. Patricia. Spin says, I need a real breakfast buffet, please. Yeah. Hey, Ureli. Good morning or good afternoon. But I know it's morning for you, Ureli. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back today. I've been watching. I've not been letting the ceiling fan out of my view today. So I have been watching. And I actually popped in after I made the stream, popped into the chat in case somebody popped into the stream prior to starting and was let you guys know that I was watching just in case. If they had happened to come back with a verdict prior to the live starting at noon for me, my stream, then I would have started it early because, yeah, I don't wanna miss it. I actually turned my do not disturb off, or it's not do not disturb. On my iPhone, it's focus, sleep focus, and I have it set from, like, 10 o'clock at night till, like, 10 a.m. maybe? I can't remember, but I usually turn it off once I get up and, moving around. Um I haven't seen any shenanigans, Steph. I've been watching tweets, but I haven't seen anything. Have not seen anything. Um QB said somebody made mention that there is an officer on the jury. Not sure if that's true, but wow. Ooh, um that would be pretty interesting, huh? Hey, Sherry. Ah, Steph, I'm sorry, babe. I know it's been rough. I know it has been rough. Oh, and Ureli, I just wanna throw this out there. Um, if I would love for you to come up and, chit chat a little bit if you are available to, just because I'd love to catch up with you, but also to see what your thoughts are on this case, on this trial. Um, if you're not able to, no worries though. I know it's hard whenever you got your hands full with kiddos and such. So, Brenda said, I was wondering if the corruption extended to the jury and that's why it's taken so long. Mm. Hey, Miss King. Good morning. Ah, no worries, Ureli, no worries. I would love to catch up, though. I would love to catch up. You'll have to tell us in the chat, though, what your thoughts are or theories. If you have any theories, what's your theory of what happened? QB says, I'm just wondering if your number one is the holdout because she made him the fourth person before they even picked the alternates. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Four-person juror. Good morning, Nicole. Hey. Hello. QB's like, geez, Siri, get it together. Oh, Ureli said, my thoughts on the trial are that this shouldn't have gone to trial. I don't believe he was hit by a car. Ma'am, ma'am, right? That's the vast, that's pretty much the consensus over here. Um, that's the vast majority consensus over here. And most people also seem to think if, you know, if let's just say he was hit by a car and she did do it, it was, in my opinion, completely accidental and she didn't even know that she did it. But I can't get there. I can't get there. I've tried to get there. I've tried to get there every which way, and I still can't get there to that she did it and that he was hit with a vehicle. I just can't get there. Also, AJ is a baddie. He is, right? I know. He is. We are on Margit. We're on. Morgana, right. No evidence that he was hit by the car. None at all whatsoever. QB says, so Massachusetts does allow for an Allen, or they call it a TUI instruction, which means they'll have to go back and try to decide again if they're hung. Yeah. Okay. So Massachusetts does allow for that. Okay. Oh, Spin says, but how long do they deliberate if they're currently a hung jury? I mean, usually they'll send them back and let them have another few hours. The judge will usually let the jury decide that. She can send them back and say, give it one more good go, you know, keep an open mind. But they'll usually remind them not to, let someone steamroll them basically in regular people words, right? Like don't let somebody force you to change your mind or change your opinion or whatever, but um also, you know, it's kind of like oh, come on, give it one more good go. And if you still can't come to the decision, then we'll call it hung. A crap strap. What is a crap strap? Do you have a tree in your yard, Margaret? What is a crap strap? Ureli says, and don't get me started on the solo cups and the grocery bags to gather evidence. I know. Mm-mm. No, and so, you guys, I've been looking more into, Sandra Birchmore, and so there's this young gal named Sandra Birchmore who's from Canton, Massachusetts, and I think she was 23 years old. Okay, get this, 23 years old, 3 months pregnant, was found in her apartment a few days after she had last been seen alive, um, hung from her closet door. Um, she was allegedly pregnant by a cop from the area, right? Who had groomed her since the time she was like 13 or something. And not only trigger warning, okay? Let me just say that. Let me put this trigger warning banner up here. So, um, she was also groomed, and I guess you would want to say essayed. I don't know. I'm trying to say this in relatively sensitive words. By the cop that she's allegedly pregnant by's twin brother. So they both had um, relations with her. And then there was a third cop who also allegedly. Mm, um, it's crazy pants. And um, guess who the lead investigator is? Guess who the lead investigator is? Well, let me take that back. Hold on. I think he's the lead investigator. Hold on, I'm typing. Oh, and Dr. Bodden from so her for the original autopsy or whatever said that it was suicide, but her family hired Dr. Bodden. And if y'all know Dr. Bodden, then you know who Dr. Bodden is. Dr. Bodden was the um, forensic medical examiner in a lot of different high profile things, but one including O.J. Simpson trial. And he looked, and his determination was homicide. So, um, I'm looking. Can someone verify um, who the lead investigator is in her case? Because I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think um, QB says Tully. Miss King, it's from Canton, Massachusetts, ma'am. Mhm. It's from around Canton. I think the police station is Stoughton, But it's right there somewhere. Um, they Dr. Bodden said homicide. Hold on, I'm looking up some things here. Da, 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 dun, dun, da, da. Sorry guys, I'm looking. Hold on. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Definitely, Miss King, things need to change. Her name is Sandra Birchmore. Why ask us to guess if you don't know? Well, I mean, I remember hearing that I remember it was one of the main names in the Karen Reed, but I can't remember which one of them it was. QB says she thinks it was either Lank or Tully. Lank is the one who did the interviews and stuff, I think, whenever at the very beginning of Karen Reed. I think it was Lank. Jenny want to be out here capping. Lying, right? Lying. Oh my lord. But I found a video that I wanted to kind of watch and go over. Let me see, where did I put that hat? Mm-hmm. Oh, la 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 la. So Vinnie Politan did a video yesterday. Says for on Court TV, it says family sues 3 former police officers. Um, but I definitely want to watch that with you guys. I thought that would be pretty cool to watch. Morganus's lanky panky. Hmm. I can't open that QB. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can open it from over here. Oops. Mute, 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 mute. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. I have it pulled up. I wanted to share it because I was actually watching it. earlier. You guys, hold on. The Vinny one. Patricia, yes, I love to watch Vinny anytime too. Okay. Let me share this. Let me share this. We can watch this for a little bit of the backstory.
Welcome back, folks. We have another story out of Massachusetts that we're going to cover for you tonight. Some of you may have been talking about it, may have heard about it. It involves this young woman. Her name is Sandra Birchmore. Let me give you a little bit of the background concerning Sandra Birchmore. At just the age of 23, she was found dead, hanging in her apartment in Canton, Massachusetts in February of 2021. Now.
Okay, so this was before Karen Reed ever happened. Okay. This was before Karen Reed ever happened. And so it kind of puts me back into the mind of when QB kept asking or kept saying, you know, is this the first time that a cover up has happened? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Lauren. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. Yeah. Okay.
The investigation into what happened to her revealed or was ruled death by suicide. The state medical examiner, after the autopsy, found that it was death by suicide. The same autopsy reported that she had been 3 months pregnant. So you've got a 23-year-old taking her own life while 3 months pregnant. So what's the story behind this woman? Well, there's a lot to it, and it's pretty deep. And we begin by taking a picture, I think you just saw it, of young Sandra Birchmore. Here she is. She enrolled with the Stoughton Police Youth Explorer program when she was just 13 years old, okay? Young girl, teenager, right? Wants to get involved in law enforcement. How exciting is that? And here she is pictured with Officer Robert Devine from the Stoughton Police Department. I think he became the chief. But the chief in this picture is part of the story. He is now one.
Oh, congratulations, Lauren. Yay. Woohoo. I told you you were going to pass. Congratulations. That's so exciting. Nice. Love it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go over here real quick and make sure that we don't have anything going on the ceiling fan. I don't see anything. Okay. So yeah, she had started what did they just call it? Like a youth she had enrolled in like a youth program for law enforcement stuff, you know. I can't remember what they called it.
One of 3 officers for this woman.
I'm rewinding
Well, there's a lot
it.
to it, and it's pretty deep. And we begin by taking a picture, I think you just saw it, of young Sandra Birchmore. Here she is. She enrolled with the Stoughton Police Youth Explorer program when she was just 13 years old. Okay? Young girl, teenager, right? Wants to get involved in law enforcement. How exciting is that? And here she is pictured with Officer Robert Devine from the Stoughton Police Department. I think he became the chief. But the chief in this picture is part of the story. He is now one of 3 officers accused of having some level of an inappropriate communications, contact, and grooming with this teenage girl.
So these are the 3 guys that are being sued. Stuff's a good listener, Youth Explorer. There you go. Okay, good deal. Margaret says, my brother-in-law did that before he joined. He was an underage decoy and would buy booze from liquor stores. If they sold it to him, they'd shut the place down. Oh, wow. Yay. Makes you sick, right? Absolutely. Matt did that too, but with cigarettes. That's funny.
Sandra Birchmore. Now, these 3 officers from the Stoughton PD, on the left, that's Matthew Farwell, who allegedly began a physical, I wouldn't call it relationship because it cannot be a relationship. It cannot be consensual if you're 15, right? But some sort of physical relationship with Sandra when Sandra was 15. Sandra told her friend, allegedly told her friend, that he was the father of the child that she was carrying when she was found hanging in her apartment. Now, we can go back to them if we want. If we can go back to that picture, because I want to describe who the person is in the middle. The person in the middle is William Farwell. That is a twin brother of Matthew Farwell. He's also alleged to engaged in multiple inappropriate physical encounters with her. Again, these are allegations. No one's been charged with anything. And like everybody else, they're presumed innocent, but these are allegations that have been made. He also allegedly sent her explicit messages and photos to her while he was on duty. So what's the big development in this case? Well, Dr. Michael Bodden, you know Dr. Michael Bodden. This is him in the O.J. Simpson case years ago. One of the most renowned forensic pathologists has been hired.
Oh my gosh. Just seeing him there in that courtroom right there, not just give you like, throw you right back in time, you know? Elizabeth, hey, she says the one the far left has the crazy eyes. Ooh, QB, I didn't think about that. They'll never be able to determine the father of the baby if it was one of the Farwells that are twins. Oh, well, I mean, she said that it was the one on the right or the one on the left, I think. And he's the one that was caught going into her apartment building. Because I saw some video of the last day that she was seen alive. It was like surveillance video in her apartment complex, like in the lobby area. And it shows him come in and then go out like 30 minutes later.
Hired by Sandra's family as they are suing the Stoughton Police Department and the city of Stoughton and those 3 officers. He took a look at the autopsy results, and he found, based upon his review, that Sandra's death was a homicide.
Big difference. Big difference between suicide and homicide. I would love to hear why he thinks that, you know? I would love to know. Patricia says it's so gross to use influence in place of authority to prey on that young girl. 100%. It's disgusting, right? And at that age, I mean, 13-year-old girl, you know, I mean, you want to be a police officer when you grow up, and then you have these police officers that are doing this. So, you know, in your mind, is she at 13, 14, you know, by the time she's 15, 16, she's probably, you know, at that point, romanticizing it. You know what I'm saying? Um, but at 13, mm, 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 mm. Watching on TV, so no more chats for a bit. Love you. Love you too. Yes, put your foot up. I saw QB said, put your foot up, ma'am. Lawless cops. And these men never got in trouble. This was 3 years ago. This happened. I don't know exactly what happened to them. Because I'm just heard about this recently.
Now, I want to read for you a statement from the new and current chief of police of the.
Okay, a little birdie just confirmed it was Lank. Okay. So that's good to know. That's good to know. Very good to know. So Lank was the one that came in to the Reed home that morning and did the interviews and all that. We remember Officer Lank. Morgana's been out picking up groceries. Yay.
The Stoughton Police Department, Donna McNamara.
Listen to this. This is really, really good. This is really, really good. This is the police chief of the Stoughton Police Department. And I looked it up, and Stoughton is like 3 or 4 miles away from Canton. So they're like right there together. You know what I mean? But the chief's name is Donna McNamara, and so it's a woman. But I'm really interested in what she has to say here, her statement. This is pretty telling, I think.
I would be remiss if I did not remark that I have reviewed the findings of the outside doctor, that would be Dr. Bodden, retained by Sandra's family. I was profoundly disturbed and troubled by what I read. While I'm not a trained medical examiner and I'm not qualified to draw any direct conclusions, the findings certainly warrant further examination at the highest level. So, more problems with local police, or more alleged problems with local police in Massachusetts, in that same area of Massachusetts, and now looking into exactly how Sandra died. Was this death by suicide or was this homicide? Let me.
All right. So Vinny is basically saying, you know, we have this crazy pants stuff that's going on. I mean, he didn't say with Karen Reed, but he said in the same area, you know. So that's what he's alluding to. Patricia says, "You mean whack job, Jenny. The chief is a whack job." Right. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Bring in our special guests who are joining us tonight. Creator of the Justice for Sandra Birchmore Facebook page, Melissa Berry, and the page's moderator, Suzanne Cleveland. Thank you both for being here. This is the first time on this program we are covering this story. We've got a lot of viewers watching right now who've been locked into the Karen Reed case and are waiting to hear the results of that.
Us, like us. That would be us over here. Hi. We're waiting. We're watching. QB says, "Okay, y'all, I got to get ready for PT. I'll be listening. Bye. We'll have a good PT session, ma'am. What time will you be done? What time will you be done with your PT?" Yeah, Patricia, right? They better not beat you up too much. No, no, no. Don't let them hurt you, right, Morgana? Morgana is like, "Don't let him hurt you." She puts that boxing glove up, like, "Don't make me come over there and hurt him." Tyler. Is his name Tyler? I can't remember what her PT dude's name is. I forget. Starts with a T. Oh, you'll be done by 2:20-ish? Okay. Okay, good deal. It's Tyler.
As the jury deliberates. So, Melissa, I'll begin with you. Okay. Let's start with Sandra. Tell us about Sandra so folks watching now, myself, everyone else, have a better understanding of who she was and where she was in her life at age 23.
Sandra was a quirky, kind child. She grew up in.
Her background is super cool. I mean, she's got this like little lion teddy bear or something back here on the left. I don't know. But I like the cute little lion teddy bear. But she's going to talk about the 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore that she knows or knew. Also, one thing that I remember hearing or seeing, listening to, whatever, was that she had excitement. She had a lot of excitement and anticipation about having this baby. She was very excited about it. There was information about packages that was coming into the into the apartment for her. Things like she was getting ready for this baby, which is another reason why, if you are excited about this child, then, that's another reason why you would not take your life, right? Steph says if the verdict comes in, she's going to start screaming, "Tyler, Tyler, Tyler." Oh, no, no, no. Allegedly, like Karen yelled, "Jen, Jen, Jen." Okay, gotcha. Tyler, Tyler, Tyler. Morgana says, I'm a few minutes behind, so don't talk about me till I catch up. All right.
Stoughton, Massachusetts, and she was excited that she was pregnant and about to have a baby. She would tell anybody that she was so excited to have this child. And that is part of the reason why people didn't believe that she did this to herself. She grew up, she did have a hard life. You know, her mother passed away in 2016 and her grandmother passed away in 2016. And a lot of other family members passed away around that same time. So she did have a tough life, but she was so excited to become a mother. And these men took advantage of her, and it's just heartbreaking to see what was done to her. So,
Well, Suzanne, let's talk about that. Some of these allegations, and obviously the family is now bringing a civil suit. What is the nature of the allegations?
Haha, QB, ma'am, make sure to take his phone from him, open the YouTube app, find our channel, and make him subscribe over here. Oh, that would be funny. But that's pretty cool that he's like um invested, you know. Yeah, spins, make him make QB make him a true crime junkie, right? Uh-oh. Hold on. Jesse, they keep randomly playing that commercial ad on Law and Crime Network, which is fine. I mean, I get it. But also, um, when I got 50 million tabs open and 52 of them are YouTube tabs, I can't tell which one is the one that's making the noise. So I got to find him and hush him up. They want to make money. Money, money, money. It does startle us, right? All right. Let's get back to this. But these two again, the gal on the left, I think is the one that started this um Justice for Sandra Birchmore Facebook page. And then the gal on the right is a moderator for the group.
Against these officers and what they have been accused of doing to Sandra, and I guess beginning as a teenager.
Well, see, Vinny, that's the biggest problem is that this poor young woman looked up to these officers as role models and caretakers and protectors. And instead, they violated her. And
I'm sorry, that just grosses me out. And I didn't know that about her family. Said that her was it her mother passed away in 2016 and then a grandmother, and then she said other family members, and so oh my God. Um mm, mm.
when the story first came about, it was already tragic that this poor girl died. And we know that Sandra didn't die by suicide. But the reality is that if it had happened that way, and then that horrible death is still on the hands of these predators and groomers who exploited her and took advantage of her and essentially stole her adolescence. So it was already a tragic story. And then as the layers unfolded, and as you know from Chief McNamara's statement, they know there's a lot wrong here. And we've known for a while that there's a lot wrong here. And that's what brings us together tonight.
Yeah, and the Karen Reed case obviously has put a spotlight on this area of the state and alleged actions by officers. Now, Melissa, I read the statement from the Stoughton chief of police. So what are your thoughts and what is your level of confidence that there's going to be further examination at the highest level, that there will be a thorough investigation here to take a second look at what happened to her when she was 23 and found in her apartment? And
Oh, Miss King, that's a great question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she has, I mean, it says that her family is the one that's suing these 3 former police officers, but I don't know who that family is. I don't know if it's siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, dad. I don't know, you know, but I would be interested to know.
what happened to her as a teenager?
Yeah, the FBI is looking into her case. The Attorney General has her case now, and we're hoping that because of these developments now with this pathologist coming out saying that her death was a homicide, that we can put pressure on the medical examiner of Massachusetts to reopen her case and re-examine her case, and we can get justice for Sandra and her baby. She was 3 months pregnant. And that's why we've been working so hard to get Sandra's name out there. This was even before, you know, this all came out. We are just working so hard to try to keep Sandra's memory alive. And with the Karen Reed case, we've been able to piggyback off of that and bring a lot of eyes on Sandra's case. And we're just growing and growing, and we're growing on her justice page.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. And you know what? I kind of wonder, wouldn't it be amazing even more so if, let's just say Karen Reed is found not guilty. If she would somehow like invest not money, but time and effort into um, seeking justice for Sandra Birchmore. You know what I'm saying? Like, oof, that could be very powerful. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh.
And on the Twitter page that I also run too.
And it's not the first time that we've seen this. And recently here in Court TV, last year we covered the Alec Murdaugh case down in South Carolina. And on the heels of that case, everyone started talking about what happened to this young man named Stephen Smith. And that case was reopened. So I see a lot of similarities in what's happening now in Massachusetts. So,
Okay, so Stephen Smith, do you guys put a 1 in the chat if you guys watched the Alex Murdaugh trial or know anything about that situation? Stephen Smith was so in the Alex Murdaugh case, there were a lot of deaths, not just the death of Alex Murdaugh's wife and son, but there were a lot of other deaths that were surrounding that case, that story, that family, right? There was a young man that lived in the area named Stephen Smith who died. He was found dead in the middle of the road, basically. And there was a lot of speculation that the Murdaughs may have had something to do with his death. So yeah. And they did reopen that. They did reopen that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were saying that it looked like he hit by a car. Oh goodness gracious, right? I can't remember. But he was like several miles away from where his car was. It looked like he had ran out of gas and was like walking. And he was found really early in the morning, late at night, early in the morning. QB says again, no matter what you think of Turtle Boy, he brought this attention to this case, which in turn brought attention to Birchmore. You're right. You're right. And if I'm not mistaken, Turtle Boy is also doing a lot of coverage on Sandra Birchmore. I'm not positive, but I think that I saw something about that, like his name and her name connected somehow on YouTube or something. Not exactly the same, since Stephen Smith was directly related to the eldest Murdaugh son. Yeah, Buster. Because he was gay, right. Now, that's an allegation. We don't know if that's true, but, Morgana's like, "What are we putting numbers in for?" You guys crack me up.
Suzanne, what, from your perspective and the folks that are supporting your cause, what is justice for Sandra?
Oh, right, Steph. I just mean the allegation was if Buster was involved. Right. Right. Who could forget Buster? I know. I know. Um, but there was the allegation part that I'm talking about is whether Buster had any I know that they were friends and there was some sort of something, but the allegation part, what I'm trying to get at is that it was an allegation that Buster had anything to do with the murder. Margaret, I think it was for sale, wasn't it? I remember it was for sale, but I don't know if it was ever purchased or not. I don't know. I just know that a lot of a lot of yuck runs deep in that Murdaugh family. Ugh, a lot of yuck.
Justice for Sandra. Oof. It would be holding these officers accountable for doing what they did instead of being protectors for her and caretakers for everybody in the community. They were doing a lot of bad things. Period.
Let me ask you, Suzanne, are we talking about the same?
And then it was sort of covered up.
Are we talking about the same investigators for the death of Sandra that investigated the death of John O'Keefe? Are there any sort of parallels in who we're talking about here?
There are a lot of common players in this story. A lot of parallels and a lot of common players, and particularly the DA. The DA in Norfolk County is heavily involved in this case. And a lot of the tech, a lot of the elements that mysteriously have gone unavailable.
Ooh, I'm gonna rewind that and listen to that back, because now Vinny's talking specifically about the key players in Karen Reed, and are they the same key players in this situation with the death of Sandra Birchmore? Very interesting. Very interesting. I keep getting distracted because I keep going back to the ceiling fan. Hold on a minute. Well, let me do this. Let me get on my phone. Because I keep missing bits and pieces of what we're listening to because I'm trying to go into another tab to keep tabs on the ceiling fan movement. I could care less about the ceiling fan. I just know if I see that ceiling fan move, right? I was thinking about that too, Steph. They're probably about to take lunch break like Bev did yesterday. From like she said there would be no questions answered and no verdicts read from like 1 to 2 or something. I can't believe there's no verdict yet, though. I mean, if they started at 9, they've had 4 hours today. Come on. Ish. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. Okay. I'm watching from my phone. I got my phone on the ceiling fan movement, and it is live. Um, all right. Hold on. Hold on. I'm hearing lots of noises. This computer's getting hot again. I need to do a lot of things. I need to do a lot of things. Hold on a second. My brain's about to go into like short circuit mode. It's going to start like smoke's going to start coming out of my ears any second. Let me hit the play button on this. I'm going to rewind it back a couple seconds and then hit the play button.
Period.
Let me ask you, Suzanne, are we talking about the same?
And then it was sort of covered up.
Are we talking about the same investigators for the death of Sandra that investigated the death of John O'Keefe? Are there any sort of parallels in who we're talking about here?
There are a lot of common players in this story. A lot of parallels and a lot of common players, and particularly the DA. The DA in Norfolk County is heavily involved in this case. And a lot of the tech, a lot of the elements that mysteriously have gone unavailable. There's a lot of parallels between this very high profile case that we're all in right now, and Sandra's case, and it's sort of a blessing that we have all of this attention drawn right now, because a lot of the investigative issues and a lot of the behavior, it's the same across the board, and this gives us an opportunity to really stay on all of these problems.
Melissa, let me ask you, what has been the reaction of the police in Stoughton and these officers? I believe are all off the force now, right?
Yes, they're all off the force. Matthew Farrell has been totally decertified, and the other 2 officers are making their way through their hearings. It's
nice. Okay, so there you go, Miss King. They were saying we were asking about if they had been in any trouble. So she said the one who is allegedly the baby's dad, father, sperm donor, whatever you want to call him, he's what did she say, decertified, and the other 2 are in the process of that. So, and the one on the far right, I think they said he was the chief. He was the one that the photo of her when she was like 13 at the beginning of the video when we first started watching. That was the picture of her with the guy on the far right at that time. like her mentor, so to speak. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I can't with this. Ugh.
Seems like the chief really wants to try to clean up, what's going on, what happened in Stoughton. I still think there's a lot of growth. They have a lot of ways to make up for what had happened to Sandra, but they've been, kind to us when we've wanted to do a standout, or if anybody wants to go hold a sign in this town center, they've been kind to us when it comes to that. But there's still a lot that I think needs to be done when it comes to the Sandra Birchmore case, and also looking into the program to make sure there was no other children that were abused.
Absolutely. That's a great.
Oh my Lord, I didn't even think about that. Looking into the program to see if there were any other children that were abused. Holy jeez Louise.
Great point. Melissa Berry, Suzanne Cleveland, Justice for Sandra Birchmore is the movement that you're representing. We appreciate your time tonight and giving us a little insight into what else is happening up there in Massachusetts. And we'll speak again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
When we come back, we're going to bring in our own forensic expert. We'll bring in our former prosecutor from the area to find out, well, what happens next? What could happen here as we continue to take a look at the case of Sandra Birchmore.
How awful and sad. If I lived in that area, I'd be like, what is it? QB always says, deuces. I'm out. Bye. Nope, 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 nope.
One of the most successful true crime 8 hours on Court TV. Coming up next on Court TV.
We're in the final stretch as the case against Karen Reed nears its end. Plus, Friday, hear from the loved ones left behind with
I think it spoke to us because we're local. So my bestie lives in Canton. I'm a Stoughton resident. The Sandra Birchmore story really spoke to me. I have a child in the middle school, and it was local, and we knew it just didn't sit right.
So there you have one of the supporters of Karen Reed talking about a different case in the same county, Sandra Birchmore. And that's what we're talking about now. 23-year-old woman was found hanging in her apartment in Canton. But now Dr. Michael Bodden, who is helping out the family of Sandra Birchmore, has now written a letter to the Birchman's lawyer about his findings and taking a second look at the autopsy results. And here's what Dr. Bodden says about that alleged suicide.
One thing that I want to, and I'm wondering if they're going to mention that here in a second, but I remember hearing they said something about the way that she was found. It was like, and again, trigger warning, trigger warning. I have the banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen, trigger warning. But it was like a situation where she was, the way I understood it was that she was found like on the floor, like she had hanged herself from the doorknob of the closet door. And so, I mean, I know that that can happen. We've seen that happen before. But there's too many, in my opinion, it just doesn't make sense, right, Steph? Most of the time when people take their lives, they don't do it in that way because exactly. You untangle yourself from it. You're like, nope, 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 nope. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing it. And you can't. The only way that I've seen that happen is when they've been under the influence of something and they know they're on the verge of like passing out anyway, you know? So, but I could be wrong. I just think that that's what I thought that I had heard or read. But we'll see what they say here next. I haven't seen this part, so.
Ms. Birchmore did not die of suicidal hanging. The cause of Miss Birchmore's death is strangulation, and the manner of death is homicide, Bodden wrote. And this is all from the Boston Globe reporting. While the state medical examiner found that Birchmore was pregnant when she died, the office apparently did not send fetal tissue for DNA analysis to determine who the father was. Swabs from Birchmore's body, hair, and fingernail clippings and clothing she was wearing were taken for a sexual assault kit, but Bodden wrote in his report that it appears the evidence was not tested. In Bodden's letter, he said Birchmore fractured her right hyoid bone, a small U-shaped bone in her neck. Such an injury occurs rarely, if at all, in suicidal hanging and does occur in half of homicidal strangulations of women.
Okay, so let me just say that part there, I cannot remember. Does anybody remember? There was a trial I watched. Oh God, it's been a long time ago. And I remember specifically that case, they talked a lot about the hyoid bone. I wish I knew. Oh, I can't remember which case that was, but they talked a lot about that bone and how it happens in strangulations. Was it Gabby I don't think it. Not for. I mean, it could have been, but it wasn't that one for me because I didn't watch anything really about Gabby Petito. And it hasn't been recent. It's been a few years, I think, when or maybe a year or 2 years ago that I remember. I can't remember. Maybe I can find it if I go back and look. But anyway, and it's weird. Isn't it weird that they didn't do DNA analysis on the fetal stuff? They did talk about the hyoid bone with Petito too? Okay. Um, her stepson got hurt and she ended up dead while the boyfriend's brother was staying at the house. Oh, I don't know, Steph. I don't know. I'll have to go look. That's going to drive me crazy. But I find it weird. That doesn't sound familiar, Steph. No. I just find it strange that they didn't do any DNA. I mean, I don't know. And then it says swabs from Birchmore's body, hair, and fingernail clippings and clothing she was wearing were taken for an SA kit. But Bodden wrote in his report that it appears the evidence was not tested. In Boden's letter, he said Birchmore fractured her right hyoid bone, a small U-shaped bone in her neck. I mean, possibly Morgana, or could it be a cover-up situation? I don't know. Who said that? But it says such an injury occurs rarely, if at all, in suicidal hangings and does occur in half of homicidal strangulations of women.
Powerful stuff. So let's bring in our guests, our experts, to get a little more perspective on this. Joining us, Massachusetts Attorney Rick Grundy, who prosecuted criminals in Norfolk County for many years. Also joining us, board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee. All right, Dr. Banerjee, I'll begin with you and the findings of Dr. Boden talking about this U-shaped bone in the neck. How significant is it? And from your perspective, is it more indicative of homicidal strangulation or suicidal hanging?
These are all great questions. And, that's the sort of clutch point here. I think you have to take it into context that she's extremely vulnerable. She was young and pregnant. And we know that that population, any pregnant woman, but a young pregnant girl, is especially susceptible to violence. So forget about any other backstory, even in isolation. So I want to bring that up. I think there was a huge misstep, in fact, verging on malpractice, if you will, by not testing the fetal sample. So that's the baby tissue for DNA or saving it, because that's always a question in these cases. And I don't think it was known that she was pregnant. And finally, the sort of clutch point, the hyoid bone is a very delicate U-shaped bone that sits under the chin where I am pointing. And I sort of explain it like the wishbone of a turkey. It's very delicate. When you play tug of war with it at Thanksgiving, it breaks. Now, like that, it has to be fixed. So this is like a floating bone. So you have to sort of have pressure from both sides. That can happen in hanging, but again, to me, it's a red flag that needs to be really looked at carefully, because the homicide suspicion is there.
All right, Rick Grundy, what happens now from the justice side of all of this? You have the chief from Stoughton, the new chief, saying further examination at the highest level is warranted here. It seems like there might be some federal action on all of this, but how about Norfolk County? How about the medical examiner? How does this proceed from this point if you have a forensic pathologist from a civil case providing an opinion like this?
Well, you take that opinion to your own medical examiner's office and you present any other evidence, the DA's office, or present that there's other questions out there that warrant looking back into what they're doing. The big question becomes, I don't know what the interment was of this young woman. I've had cases where, one case in particular was a 15-year-old girl who was put in the ground as a natural death. 26 years later, we did.
Thank you, Brenda.
We brought her in and did a re-autopsy, and we were able to, there was enough remains there in the condition to determine that she was in fact strangled. So we got to determine what we have to look at, and whether those nail clippings, etc., are still available. Murder case, there is no statute of limitations, so
So here, my mind is thinking, okay, if they have now, I don't know, I'm wondering when Dr. Boden said it was when the lawyer got the letter from Dr. Boden saying that he believed it was a homicide. And when they ruled it that, if it was actually changed, you know what I'm saying? Gonna have to dig a little bit on that.
It can get up and running at any point in time.
Let me ask you, Dr. Priya Banerjee, this is 2021 when this happened. Any value in exhuming the body? And could you, through that process, and do another autopsy? Is there any chance that you could somehow determine who the father was?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I wanted to bring up something about the hyoid bone. I just wanted to say that it usually is in multiple pieces and doesn't fuse. It has cartilage in it in younger people. So again, it's going to take a lot to fracture it. That needs very careful analysis. And I don't know if there's any retained samples. So usually with an autopsy, there's small nickel or dime sized pieces of tissue that we keep in case there's a question. I don't know what the retention time is for the office, you know, whether that sort of small sample has the fetal tissue that can be sampled. Maybe they did microscopic examination that would have access to tissue, or worst case scenario to exhume her. I think this is such a serious case. It's at least worth effort, you know, of exhuming her if it goes to that, if those first two scenarios aren't possible.
All right, we have about 20 seconds left here, Rick. The final word, you know the politics up there, you know the way law enforcement works. What are the chances, you think, of something happening here?
You know what? They're answerable to the people whether they want to be or not, because they do have to still get elected. So the people can move this along. From what I'm hearing and what I know about this case, I hope they get behind it. I hope everybody gets behind them, because this is one that absolutely should be looked at further. I can give you the Real Housewives background with respect to all the politics, both the prosecutor, the district attorney before the current one, and
Did he just say I can give you the Real Housewives version? Is that what he said? I need to rewind that and play that back about the politics and all that kind of stuff. Oof, oof, oof.
All right, we have about 20 seconds left here, Rick. The final word, you know the politics up there, you know the way law enforcement works. What are the chances, you think, of something happening here?
you know what? They're answerable to the people whether they want to be or not, because they do have to still get elected. So the people can move this along. From what I'm hearing and what I know about this case, I hope they get behind it. I hope everybody gets behind them, because this is one that absolutely should be looked at further. I can give you the Real Housewives background with respect to all the politics, both the prosecutor, the district attorney before the current one, and his brother being a Stoughton police officer during this period of time, not implicated in any matter.
Gotcha. All right.
And then
We're out of time again, Rick.
Is the present DA.
We're always out of time.
Wait, I got to rewind that back. Hold on a minute.
Background with respect to all the politics, both the prosecutor, the district attorney before the current one, and his brother being a Stoughton police officer during this period of time, not implicated.
Okay, so did he just say the district attorney's brother was a Stoughton police officer?
His prosecutor, the district attorney before the current one, and his brother being a Stoughton police officer during this period of time, not implicated in any matter.
Gotcha. All right.
And then
We're out of time again, Rick.
Is the present DA.
We're always out of time, but thanks so much, Rick
Wow.
Grundy, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Appreciate it so much, your expertise and analysis. All right, before we go, please take a look at the screens. Folks, we have a missing child. This is Amoni Michelle Javoanna Bro, Amoni's missing out of Dayton, Ohio, only 15 years old. If you see her, pick up the phone, make the call, 1-800-THE-LOST, 911, or you can call the Dayton Police Department in Ohio. Let's see if we can get Amoni to a safe place tonight. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for watching. Have a great night. Please don't forget to hug the kids.
Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Whoa. No, 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 no. Oh, hold on a second. I'm getting something on Twitter. Boston 25 News says developing public warned of traffic disruptions as FBI conducts large evidence search in Massachusetts beach town. The very first thing I see, someone comments and says, should the public bring extra red Solo cups? Ay, ay, ay. And someone else says a 1-hour drive from Canton. Oh my God. Crazy pants. Crazy pants, man. Patricia says, right, Steph. So suspicious of death after the stepson got injured and later died on her watch. I don't know. I that kind of sounds familiar, but I also don't believe that case that you're talking about is the one that I had in mind. So Brian Koberger hearing happening now in Idaho. Both sides telling the judge they're working towards a June 2025 trial date. It is anticipated to be a 3-month trial. Brian Enton said the hearing is over. It was quick. Both sides agreed to work towards the June 2025 trial date. Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Steph said I got distracted going through a box of combined things. I'm sorry, honey. I know it's rough for you today. It's rough for you today. Margaret says Rebecca, I don't know how to pronounce that. Zahau has been a show here. Without saying too much, I'm in that county. It has been awful, and it's all about the Benjamins, if you know what I mean. Ugh. Oh, Steph. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hold on, I'm gonna open this. This is another Vinny. When was this video? Hold on a minute. Says 16 hours ago. Vinny analyzes lead investigator Michael Proctor's inappropriate text messages in his testimony in the case against Karen Reed, plus a look into the digital evidence in the killer or cover-up murder trial. Oh my God. So sorry. Some of my notifications are super loud and obnoxious, man. I don't know. Let's check this out. See. While we're killing, I know, right? Your ears, Margaret. My ears too, ma'am. That was loud for me too. I did put my phone on do not disturb just now. So, Margaret looked up the crap strap. What is a crap strap? I don't know what it is. I want to kind of see what he has to say about Michael Proctor, though. You guys, I sink and love Vinnie Politan. I don't know if it's Politan or Politan. I say it both ways. It just depends on what mood I'm in at the time. But I love him. He's my, like, I want to call him my court TV husband because I love him so much.
Well, obviously, a crucial part investigates. The lead investigator in a homicide is obviously a crucial part of the case. This is the person who is steering the investigation, following the leads, and building the case against the suspect. That's why everyone would lead it by week. It's on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Police, emergency vehicles, first responders, and 3 civilian women were on the scene. On the front lawn of that home, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, partially buried in the snow, frozen, and lifeless. It was the scene of a tragic death, and prosecutors say it was murder. One of the 3 women who had pulled up to the scene was Karen Reed. She was described as hysterical by witnesses. She was John O'Keefe's girlfriend.
I'm sorry. He is such a good looking guy, and she's such a pretty woman. They were a pretty couple, you know? Just a pretty couple.
She attempted CPR before first responders arrived. She was physically and mentally shaken. Witnesses say she was repeating the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him." Prosecutors believe that's
I want to get to the part, though, where he's talking about Michael Proctor on the stand. Oh, here we go, maybe.
In fact, she's claiming her innocence and says she dropped John off at a party inside that house, and someone in that house murdered.
Okay, so we got Brian Albert. This is just kind of a look back. So we got Brian Albert on the top left. Did he used to be on CNN? I don't remember. I don't remember. We got Brian Albert on the top left, and then Nicole Albert beside him. They're married. It was their house where John was found. And then Brian Albert Jr. is their son, and Caitlin Albert is their daughter. And then Colin Albert is Brian Albert's nephew. He's Chris Albert's son. Okay. Then down on the bottom, you got Brian Higgins, who's the flirterson with Karen. Then you got Jennifer McCabe, who's not a babe. Because and then we got her husband, Matt McCabe. And then Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson were the 2 friends of Brian Albert Jr.'s who was there celebrating his birthday. Margaret's like, "Will somebody come over and empty my dishwasher? I hate it." I hate emptying the dishwasher too. It's one of my least favorite things. I love to fill the dishwasher up, but I hate emptying it. So, this was everybody that was supposedly in the house that night. The silverware is stupid. You could do like QB does and just use plasticware and paper plates.
John and conspired with local and state police to frame her. And now the lead investigator on the stand and in the hot seat, being confronted by the defense with unprofessional, inappropriate comments he allegedly made about the investigation and the defendant, Karen Reed. Tonight, we'll examine the testimony of Trooper Michael Proctor as we
Oh, Steph. Well, we're here when he's about to leave. We'll be here. Oh, Patricia says, I'll share Vinny with you. So you're going to share him with me, huh? I have a few different husbands besides my actual one. I have Vinny as my court TV husband. And then I'm trying to think off the top of my head. My other like main TV husband is Jimmy Fallon. I love Jimmy Fallon. Oh, Steph's like, no, I'm glad he's leaving. I don't want him here. LOL. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're feeling that way. That makes me happy.
We continue our investigation into the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe. Investigation into the tragic death of Officer.
Wait, what's that supposed to? Oh, that's his hat. Okay. I was like, wait, what is that? That's his ball cap. So you got the like little Nike swoop here. Swoosh, swoop. What is that supposed to be? It's Nike swoosh. And then you got the thin blue line here, which is the cop symbol, the thin blue line with the American flag. Ball cap. This is the back of the ball cap. And this is the bill of the ball cap. Right here's the bill. There's the flag, and there's the back. All right.
John O'Keefe.
So joining me tonight, former Houston Police Department homicide detective Phil Waters is back with us. Phil, great to see you. This is going to be a very different kind of interview. I've never done one quite like this because I wrote down my questions here. I have not shown them to you, but I have a series of questions I want to ask you because I want your expert opinion with all your experience, your honest opinion about these. So let me begin with this first one, and I have a bunch of them to get to. Would you recuse yourself from an investigation if you had to interview witnesses who were good friends with your sister who happens to be your best friend?
Well, aloha, Vinny, from the Big Island. Thanks for having me back. I tell you, a question like that, it's going to be related to the circumstances. So I would have to have.
Oh, hey, Melinda. Good to see you. Hi. She says, I'll empty your dishwasher if you empty my dryer and fold up and hang up clothing. Ay. Oh, no. Steph says, I'm not alone. I have a rose. Margaret, she's talking about a rose, ma'am. She's talking about a rose. Morgana says, on to bigger and better things, Steph. Margaret says, yes, I know. We're just going to move on from that. Oh, God. Absolutely, Steph. Focus your energy on yourself and your business. Yes. Anybody else like Phil Waters? I like Phil Waters.
Have a little bit a broader perspective if I was just going to give a yes or no answer on that.
Okay, so it's not
But
an
I can
automatic.
tell you,
So it's not an automatic recusal if, in fact, you have to interview witnesses who were friends with your sister.
no, because I would have. Now, I will tell you this: the other side of that coin is that if I felt like I was compromised in any way that would affect that investigation, I would immediately recuse myself. So that's the answer, I think, to that question. But again,
No,
it
I've got
depends
you.
on the circumstances.
No, that's a perfect answer. That's a perfect.
I want to get to, hold on. I want to speed it up a little bit here. Playback speed 1.25.
I want to know if it would be like automatic, and it's not. But you have to like look at it and say, okay, is that going to compromise me? Next one. If a body was found on the front lawn of a home near the street, but on that front lawn, would you search that home as part of your investigation?
Only if evidence led me to procure a search warrant or get a consent to search. Only if the evidence led me that direction.
Okay, so again, not automatic. Not automatic. You would need something to get you there. Fair enough.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you this one, because you've investigated so many cases. Could you be certain about a suspect's guilt 16 hours into the investigation, excluding anyone else?
Again, it would depend on the type of investigation. If we have an investigation we call a smoking gun, we know who the person is. There's no doubt that this is the person who committed the act. Then the answer to that question would be sure. If it is a whodunit, which in this case, it's kind of a mix between the two, it would take, it's a possibility that you could come to that conclusion given on the evidence that you know at the time. But then you have to be open-minded and objective to letting the evidence lead you in a different direction if that's in fact what happens.
Okay. Would you continue seeking homicide charges if the medical examiner's determination was undetermined?
And you're talking about the manner of death?
Yes.
That they didn't rule it? Yeah. Well, there's a possibility. Again, we're talking about possibilities here. Depends on the
Exactly. All right, 0 to 10. Referring to the suspect as a whack job with your superiors in text messages.
On a scale, I'd say 11.
11, okay. Speaking to your sister about witnesses you have to interview as part of the investigation.
He's phrasing it that.
Oh, I need to go back and see what they're rating that, what he's doing. Right, because he said from 1 to 10, and then he says 11. I need to rewind that back.
So to me, this lays out as a vehicular manslaughter.
Gotcha.
But, you know, I just, I think they're really reaching for the murder thing.
Okay. Now, this is the strange part of the interview, Phil, and I apologize ahead of time, but there's a bunch of inappropriate things that were allegedly done here. If I'm going to give you a scale from 0 to 10 on how inappropriate it is. If it's really inappropriate, 10, not inappropriate at all, 0. I'm just going to read a bunch of things. Just give me a number, and then I have one question at the bottom of it, okay? Does that work for you? Okay. Thanks so much, Phil. And I apologize.
Oh, this ought to be interesting, right? This ought to be interesting. On a scale of 1 to 10, how inappropriate? 10 being the most inappropriate and 0 being not inappropriate at all. Very cool.
Guys, this is such a strange interview. Okay.
Do I get a prize at the end of the...
Yeah, exactly. All right, 0 to 10. Referring to the suspect as a whack job with your superiors in text messages.
On a scale, I'd say 11.
11, okay. Speaking to your sister about witnesses you have to interview as part of the investigation.
He's phrasing it that way, that he has to interview them?
People that he's going to interview, talking to your sister about the people he's going to interview before he interviews them.
Circumstances, but that's on the low end, maybe a 2 or a 3.
Okay. Texting with your high school buddies about an ongoing investigation 16 hours into that investigation.
That's a 12.
Texting about the body and the hotness of a suspect with your high school buddies 16 hours into an investigation.
That's a 15.
searching a suspect's phone without having first determined if there were any attorney-client communications on that phone once you confiscate it.
Ooh, okay. So that's a good one. That's a good one to bring up. And I know that they kind of like skimmed over, they talked about that during the trial, right? But like really think about that, okay? Really think about that. About the fact that I don't know. I don't know. I just want to say I think that when you look at how inappropriate and how um not on the level of an investigation this was, um I don't know that whoever was looking at that phone, be it Proctor or whoever, would stop looking if they did run across messages or interactions between her and her attorney. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that they're supposed to be like, okay, I see that and I stop. Um, I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Patricia says this dude seems real honest. He's not like, that's all the worst thing ever. And that makes it significant when he says some like that's a 12. Oh, right. Right.
Well, again, that would depend on
That searching a suspect's phone without having first determined if there were any attorney-client communications on that phone once you confiscate it.
Well, again, that would depend on the circumstances. Did he get a consent to search? Did he have a search warrant and so forth and so on? So I don't know that I would even put that on a scale, not knowing what the circumstances were.
Okay, and I've got one more. Texting with your superiors about looking for nude pictures of the suspect on her confiscated phone.
No, that's another 15. That's off the charts.
Okay. If someone did all this, could they be fair and impartial in the investigation?
Well, you're using the term fair. In my business, fair is what you pay a taxi. So I would say objective and impartial. Given all of that, the preponderance of the evidence here would be that he's already skewed to an opinion early on into this investigation based on some things that really have nothing to do with the investigation. So I would say in this particular case, it leaves the appearance that he was not objective and, to use your word, not impartial when he got into this thing.
Bill Waters, legendary homicide detective, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate your honesty and your expertise.
Okay. So, yes, Brenda, there should be. Absolutely. Absolutely. There should be a search warrant.
Coming up next.
He believed that this was Karen Reed and never looked in any other direction except for the target that he wanted, which was Karen Reed. He didn't know about Brian Higgins' phone call.
Depends upon who you ask. Here's more of our investigation, the death of Officer John O'Keefe.
As a lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Oh, you saw what he did there, right? So this is the big setup by Alan Jackson, the attorney, setting up the other potential suspect in the.
Then he's like, ha ha ha. See what he done there, right? Or it could be an argument inside a vehicle. Okay.
Case. Let's take a look at how that went. His name is Brian Higgins.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you guys remember the video that we watched yesterday that Steph told us about? Where it shows Higgins and Brian Albert in the bar, and Brian Albert grabs Brian Higgins' arm because he's like, you can tell he's upset and stuff. I've thought about that and thought about that and thought about that, and I keep thinking about that. And then that text message that Higgins sends to John's phone that's like, are you coming? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Was that an, are you coming? Like, yay, let's go drink and have fun. Or was it an, are you coming? Like, are you coming? You know, you scared little weasel. Very much so, Steph. But I can see why Bev would not have allowed it into evidence. I can see why she wouldn't admit that. But also being a juror, coming out of trial, coming out of a verdict, if I had found her guilty and then I came out, say the jury finds her guilty, okay? But we're just saying, for instance, they find her guilty. And then I came out and I saw that portion of the video, I think I would be so angry. Like, I feel like I would have been hoodwinked, you know? Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Right, Morgana, like, bring it on. Sounds like he wanted to fight outside, but they probably took it to the house so they wouldn't fight in the cold. Well, that or, you know, get in trouble for fighting out in the middle of the street. You know what I mean? In public. Steph said the way Higgins is wiping the sweat off his face. Devicle's clavicle, trademark. Right, Patricia? Love it. Love it.
Absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages. You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins.
You're right, Steph. There are cops in Canton. Come on, ma'am. Right. I know.
Well, at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you sidebar on this.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe?
I like how Court TV or whoever edited this, the cuts in this portion of the video for Vinny to commentate over and talk about. I like how they made sure that they snatched that little, I'll see you at sidebar portion of that video after that question, because Mm-mm-mm. I didn't see that video, Steph. I mean, I didn't watch it. I need to go back and look at that. But apparently, QB shared a video where they were talking. You can tell the whole town feels like they're being controlled by the McAlberts. Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
After they left Waterfall, where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
Oh, another point. I really, really like during Alan Jackson's. It's like I'm getting all these little. Watching this back, I like to watch things back because you have other bits and pieces in your mind that you can connect things to, But watching this back, when he just said that about the oh shoot, hold on. Let me rewind that back just a couple seconds because there was something that Alan Jackson said that made me want to bring up something he said in his closing.
Call, where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert?
Okay, 227, 220. Did he say 222 call? So that just made me think of two things. I think he said 222. Shoot, hold on a minute, you guys. I'm sorry. Let me listen to that again one more time.
Call, where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m.?
Okay, 222. This is when the butt dial apparently happens between Higgins and Albert.
Was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
Okay, so that part where he's like they have a however many second conversation, and Higgins is like, yeah, there's no way you can have a conversation in that length of time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the one that was but answered, right? The one that was but answered. That's so funny. But whenever during the closing, Alan Jackson was saying, because Bev wouldn't let him do this during the trial. Bev wouldn't let him set a 22-second timer. Okay, she wouldn't allow him to set a 22-second timer to see. She was like, no, we're not going to do that. And so he made sure that he got that into his closing where he was like, okay, here's how that could have gone down, allegedly. Yo, can you run by the police? Did you see? You've gotten any calls? Is there anything going on? Higgins is like, no, haven't seen nothing, haven't heard nothing. He's like, okay, good. By the way, make sure to come over here. Got to move something heavy. Right? Okay, bye. Yeah, you can get a lot of conversation in a very short amount of time, right? Also, the 2:22 a.m. was when that call happened. And then it was 2:27. Wasn't it 2:27 when what's her face texts, or not texts, but Google searches the "Hoss long to die in the cold." Wasn't that at 2:27? So literally like 5 minutes after that. So I feel like there was a lot of like things happening all at the same time. People were like, scurrying, so to speak. A butt dial. A butt duel.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
All right, let's get some reaction. Let's bring in our trial insiders. Joining us tonight, Karen Reed supporter, creator of Justice for Officer John O'Keefe, and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco. Also with us, criminal defense attorney, college instructor, and author, Peter Ellikin. And the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, is back with us as well. Great to see everyone tonight. Nick, this was a big, big day for the defense. This moment, though, is interesting to me because it's not just about undermining Trooper Proctor's lack of investigation. It's some finger pointing taking place. What do you think? Is this the guy?
Well, it clearly shows that from day one, he believed that this was Karen Reed and never looked in any other direction except for the target that he wanted, which was Karen Reed. He didn't know about Brian Higgins' phone calls because Brian Higgins extracted his own cell phone and only provided 2 pairs of text messages that Michael Proctor said today. Yeah, that's not unusual for a witness, to do that once in a while. But then when he's confronted about what he says in front of the feds, he told the feds that that's never happened to him before. So this man is lying. His credibility is shot. At this point in the case,
I like this guy's accent. I like his voice and such as that. And he's cute to boot. But yeah. But he does say he doesn't know about the text message strings, and I don't know that he don't know. I mean, is it that he don't know, or is it that he knows and he's saying he doesn't know? Like covering it up. Lying. I don't know which. I don't know which. That's what you're used to hearing in mass. Everybody knows I love a good accent. Patricia says this iPhone keyboard is too small and I have tiny hands. My ring size is 4.5 and looks like a kindergartner. So I'm telling you guys, I love to I don't always use it. I go back and forth between regular like texting and then using the swipe feature. And I really like the swipe feature, especially when I have long fingernails. Yes. I like the swipe feature a lot.
Adam Lally should have never redirected him. He should have just let him get off the stand. The jury does not believe anything from this man. And at this point, I think the jury is focused more on Proctor than anything else that was talked about in this case. So the Commonwealth really, really had a big loss today and basically all week. There really hasn't been a win for the prosecution. There's so much reasonable doubt in this case that the jury's going to have this selection on which way they want to go with this when it's time to make a decision. This case is over.
Still to come.
To give to you, right?
Yes.
The true test of any
that first day was believed it was Karen Reed. But Nick's whole theory and the defense's whole theory they've been pushing is that Proctor knew that it was Colin or something else, and they were trying to.
Sorry, I have to say that this dude has a pretty cool little background going on here. He's got an old-timey typewriter. See the typewriter here? He's got an old-timey typewriter. He's got an old-timey clock. The paneling, is annoying me. I can't stand wood-paneled walls. Makes me think of my grandma's house. But, yeah, he's got some old-timey things back here. Pretty cool stuff. And this wicker, I don't know what this wicker shelving thing is back here, but kind of cool. They should have a verdict by now, right? I'm watching. I've got it on my phone here. 2:02. Yep, you're right, Lauren. 13. They're in the 13th hour of deliberation. Mm-mm-mm. The 13th hour. Mm. Oh, we're going to have to do this. I just noticed in the chat on Law and Crime, they're going through. People in the chat are giving actors and actresses like who would play the roles of all these different characters if they made a movie. Like Kristen Bell as Miss Little, Dakota Fanning as the fan. Let's see. Ben Stein as Lally. I saw someone earlier said, oh shoot, Gary Busey as Lally. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Kathy Bates as Bev. Ed O'Neill as Trooper Proctor. Isn't Ed O'Neill the guy that plays in Married with Children? Isn't that the what's his face? Oh, that makes me sad. Somebody said Chris Farley as Bev. Chris Farley passed away. That makes me sad. I loved Chris Farley. Al Bundy. Yeah. Isn't that Ed O'Neill? Am I wrong or am I right? Tony Danza as Yannetti. Oh my God. Oh, this is so funny. Jennifer Coolidge as Aunt Bev. I don't know who Jennifer Coolidge is. Somebody tell me who's Jennifer Coolidge. Ooh, Sandra Bullock as Karen Reed. That would be good. That would be really good. Let's see. Who are some others? Johnny Depp as anyone. Will Ferrell as Lally, somebody said. James Corden as Brian Higgins. Tom Hanks as the plow dude, the Lucky Laughlin. Ed O'Neill as Al Bundy. Okay, yeah. Brenda says they need to swallow that last piece of sandwich and come on. Right, Brenda? What makes you want a hot dog, Steph? That would be a good casting. Someone also said Lisa Kudrow as Bev. That would be a good one. Lisa Kudrow would be good. Oh my gosh, you know who would have been good back in the day? Suzanne Summers. Only because of the hair. Only because of the hair. Ooh, and someone said the Cheers bar as the bar where it happens at. Not where it happens, but anyway. I'm starting to get sleepy, you guys. I'm getting the afternoon yawns. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Steph. Jennifer Coolidge from Legally Blonde. She's the one that says, it makes me want a hot dog real bad. I love her. I love her. She was also on Two Broke Girls. I love that show. She was the one that wanted the baby. And she had the funny voice and she talks like this all the time. Yeah. Hmm. And I do need a coffee refill. I absolutely do. Yes, the Discover commercials. Yes, I love her. Steph says, I love that show too. I'm surprised you do because it can be gross sometimes. But me and Dale both love Two Broke Girls. We've loved that show forever. I'm literally the one girl. I can't remember their names. And Steph is literally the dark-haired one. They started the cupcake business, right? And then Jennifer Coolidge has the lovey-lovey relationship with the dude with the accent that is, like, always wanting to, like, sex her up, you know? Caroline. Caroline, and I think it starts with an M. The cook. Yeah. Caroline and now I'm gonna have to go look. Hold on a minute. I was getting ready to say sleepy. I don't know about sleepy. Two broke girls' names. Max. Yep, Max. You're right. And didn't they have a pet horse? Didn't they have a horse? Oleg is the cook. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. And what is the guy's name, the boss that owns the cafe where they work? Caroline did from when she was rich. Yeah. Han. Yep, 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 yep. Lauren's on it. That was such a cool show. I like that show a lot. All right. Let's get back to this and finish this out. How did we get to that? How did we get Oh, I know how. We got to it because we were talking about the different actors that would play parts in this if they made this made for TV drama.
Frame, Karen Reed. That's a very different issue than talking about tunnel vision, when an investigator seizes on a lead too quickly instead of searching everything else. Karen's SUV to the crime. So unless somebody planted all that evidence, and we had 9 troopers at the scene, and then the 2 inside the garage that would all have to be on it, unless they're all in on it, there's no conspiracy, and Karen did it.
How much damage today, Peter Elkin? And is this a case about a bad investigation by a bad lead investigator?
I want to hear that again, what he just said there.
The defense's theory depends not on showing that Trooper Proctor had tunnel vision about this case, or had family connections, or had obnoxious texts. It depends on him, on them showing.
Oh, wasn't Earl the guy that was the doper? Like, he was always high. Brenda says, I have to go see if that's streaming anywhere. It's such a good TV show.
To back up their claim that Karen Reed was framed, because the physical evidence indisputably links Karen's SUV to the crime. So unless somebody planted all that evidence, and we had 9 troopers at the scene, and then the 2 inside the garage, that would all have to be in on it. Unless they're all in on it, there's no conspiracy, and Karen did it.
How much damage today, Peter Ellikin? And is this a case about a bad investigation by a bad lead investigator, or is it being established that someone is being framed here?
First of all, yeah, I think that at this point, the prosecution's case is an absolute free fall. It's been a bloodbath the last couple of days of court. And then I want to put that caveat. I have seen cases, we've all seen it, turn around, somebody gets, at the last minute. I won't rule out that the prosecution can win here. You've seen people do a, grand slam in the bottom of the ninth. But at the moment, it looks really, really bad. And one of the problems that I do have here is, and forget about that Proctor may be unlikable to the jury now and all the repugnant, vile, horrible things that he said that may just disgust everybody. I'm going on the evidence, really, and the way that he conducted his investigation. Again, it came out under cross-examination today that he decided that he would not even investigate anything inside the house.
So are you now, is this a rush to judgment case or a frame? Like, rush to judgment, I've seen that many times since OJ, but a frame job is something completely different. Like, these are two different things.
But let's keep in mind, we haven't heard the defense yet. We've only heard the prosecution side. Certainly, the defense is going to bring that up again and again. I mean, normally, most cases, prosecution has a clear sailing when they send, present their case, and maybe defense can knock.
John O'Keefe. Tragic death you're about to see are some of the most important moments from that program as I investigate the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
What happened to Boston police officer John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022? The night began as a typical Friday. John met some friends at a bar in downtown Canton, Massachusetts called
Oh, this is cool because they're showing some photos and stuff. Look at this. See, this is the CF McCarthy's, where they first started the night out, right?
CF McCarthy's. After he was there for a while, his girlfriend Karen Reed met him. Karen was a college professor and had been dating John for a couple of years. A little later that night, they walked across the street to another bar, the Waterfall. Also at
Oh, it looks so quaint and pretty. I didn't realize that the bar was like right across the street. Why did I think it was like across town or something? I don't think I knew that. I'm going to watch this back again. Sorry, guys. I'm a rewinder. I can't help it. It takes my brain a few times of seeing something before it can absorb it.
What happened to Boston police officer John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022? The night began as a typical Friday. John met some friends at a bar in downtown Canton, Massachusetts called CF McCarthy's. After he was there for a while, his girlfriend Karen Reed met him. Karen was a college professor and had been dating John for a couple of years. A little later that night, they walked across the street to another bar, the Waterfall. Also at the Waterfall were John's old neighbors and a fellow Boston police officer, Brian Albert. When the Waterfall closed at midnight, Brian Albert invited everyone over to his house for an after-hours party. And that's when things become much less clear about exactly what happened. Prosecutors say Karen dropped John off at the party, but instead of driving away, she threw her car in reverse, going 24 miles per hour for 60 feet, purposely running over John and then driving away to let him die in the...
Okay, and again, you know what? I can't the whole 24 miles an hour, 60 some feet, that just does not equate. I'm sorry.
Cold. Meanwhile, Karen Reed and her attorneys say that never happened. John went into that party, he was ambushed, and then put on the front yard to die in the cold. They also claim the lead investigator planted evidence to frame Karen Reed for the murder. Tonight, we take a look at surveillance video and digital evidence tracking the movements of Karen Reed. Did she drive by the crime scene an hour before returning to the scene with 2 other witnesses? What does the DNA evidence prove in this case? We'll take a look as we continue to investigate the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
I observed a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
A large black SUV that you observed, is that consistent with what you've observed at the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle going?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off of the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham. At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which again would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
All right, folks, now we're in a place where maybe we can put together a little bit of a timeline based upon some of these things that are being laid out. Let's do that right now. Let's take a look. First, we begin at 12:15 a.m. Karen Reed, John O'Keefe in her car, driving north on Washington past the library at the intersection of Sherman. You see a little red light, and you see the surveillance video. Okay, that makes sense. We're starting to make some progress here. 12:17, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe drive north on Washington past the Temple. Okay, they're making their way. They're going in the direction of the Alberts house. At that point, prosecutors say they could have turned left onto Dedham Street. From Dedham Street, they maybe made a left turn onto Cedar Crest and a left turn onto Fairview. I don't know. I don't think it really matters, like what route they took getting there, other than the fact that there's no more videos from anyone's house. That's a little problematic. But here's what I found very significant in trying to put together a timeline. When did this murder take place, according to the prosecution? Take a listen to Lieutenant Brian Tully now, talking about the information they're getting from the cell phone, which has times associated with it. Take a close listen.
First, we're looking at the area of the town of Canton. I've placed different landmarks again to give context to what we're talking about here. You see 34 Fairview Road as a yellow house icon, 1 Meadows Ave, Canton as a darker color, and the Waterfall Bar and Grill as another icon. Now, off to the left, just west of Route 95, which you'll see running here, you'll see a red triangle, which I use consistently as the antenna, and a series of letters and numbers next to them. So next to them is the numbering system that Verizon assigns to that antenna. So in this instance, we're looking at ENB, which is the antenna acronym, and specifically 57171.
And to be clear, as far as that marking with the red triangle, the ENB ID 57171, that is the antenna that the handset or the defendant's cell phone is connecting to at that point, correct?
Yes, and I always try to be clear that that is the antenna. That's not where I'm saying the handset was.
So the handset is somewhere in that vicinity based on your training experience, is that correct?
Yes, 12:35 to 12:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance or relevance you depicted in this representation.
So same icons appear as about the locations relative to this investigation. You'll see another red triangle here close to Route 95, which is NEB ID 57286. And during this time period, the handset associated with this account communicates with that antenna.
And from the locations of significance or relevance as far as ENB ID 57286, which of them is it closest to in this depiction?
It's just north of 34 Fairview Road. This comes from one call that occurred at 12:38 a.m.
And as far as, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what any other locations you identified or signified in this representation.
Again, same icons for the south to bottom. The antenna is located here at the intersection of routes 93 and 138, and it's ENB ID 57021.
And of those locations of interest that you signified within this slide, where is ENB ID 57021 in relation to those?
If you think back to the previous slide, so now we've moved a little bit further east. Here's Fairview Road, and here's 1 Meadows Ave.
Coming up next.
None of this makes sense because everybody had eyes on her outside that. You had 3 or 4 people looking out the window watching every move Karen made. They saw her vehicle move 3-4 times. Jen McCabe sent a text message around 12:41, I think it was. She was already home. So none of this timeline makes sense.
Right? None of it makes sense. Right? Oh my gosh. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
The technology is amazing and often makes a difference in a homicide.
My guests are insiders joining us tonight. Karen Reed supporter and creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco, and the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, with us. Okay, Kevin, so am I interpreting this evidence correctly? That really wasn't like being delivered in an easy way to consume, okay?
Never is.
Well, no, I watch trials year after year, month after month here on Court TV, and sometimes it is very clear. It was clear down in South Carolina in the Murdoch case. Okay, so what's the murder window here, 12:35 to 12:38?
I agree. They lose me. They lost me a lot trying to form their timeline in this case, trying to piece it together bit by bit. So I do struggle with that. Whenever it's a much more condensed version, it's easier for my brain to grasp it and make more sense out of it. But I agree, Steph, how long this is taking is ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking at different notifications on my phone. Patricia says, oof, really? It's probably going to be a hung jury. Oh, God. And if it is, what do you think will happen? Do you think that they will retry her? With what? Is my, Mm. I don't know. I don't know. I just think that that's kind of what I was thinking, Steph. Like, I feel like he's out, that Lally is like out for blood, you know? So you're going to think they're going to double down, dig their heels in? Mm. I know, I know, I know. I saw something earlier and it was like a table of different, how like different trials and how long each trial took for deliberation. And a lot of the ones that took a long time to deliberate, like hours and hours and hours, were all were found not guilty. The ones that came back with shorter amounts of deliberation times were all found guilty. So that's sort of encouraging, I guess. He's out for a cigarette break. Lally is, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Patricia, right. Casey Anthony took 10 hours to find her not guilty. Well, I know that they're sure taking their very sweet time. They're taking their very, very, very sweet time. We're going on, well, we're in the 13th hour. We're going on hour 14 in like 30 minutes. Because I think they started right on the hour. Like, right, Henny? Come on, jurors. Speed it up a little. Miss King says, I think they'll retry her, but hopefully before they can do that, the federal investigation will show how bad this was. And then maybe they won't retry, but that will hang over her because they can come after still. Mm. Yikes. Very possible. Plausible. Yeah, Steph. I was looking too. It looks like they are it looks like the judge has slated Judge in the Idaho 4 trial against Brian Koberger. They've got him slated for his trial to be in June of 2025. So that's 1 year from now. There's another story that I wanted to talk about. And I just saw that the her trial so there was this girl, this very young girl, might I add. I think she was like a junior or senior in high school. I can't remember. Let me see. Does it say how old she was? Yeah, she would have been about a senior in high school. Her name was, and you guys may have already heard about this story. But it's in New Mexico. Her name is Alexi Treviso. Trigger warning, this is a story about a girl who kills her very brand new, just born infant. When she has her, or him, I think it was a little boy. But anyway, her trial is supposed to be in August of this year. And yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. I remember watching when the story broke back when it happened. And I was just like, oh my God. But it was one of those situations where she ends up in the emergency room because her mom doesn't know. Apparently, her mom doesn't know that she's pregnant, and she ends up going to the emergency room for back pain. And she Miss King says, I have words about that one, as QB would say. Are you talking about the Alexi Treviso? So anyway, she goes to the emergency room because she's having back pain, right? She ends up running she runs to the bathroom down the hall, has the baby, puts the baby, trigger warning, in a trash can, in a trash bag, puts it inside of the trash can, and then puts another plastic bag inside the trash can to like cover it, to like make it not be super visible. and leaves after she tries to clean up the bathroom. In the meantime, there's people, nurses and her mom even go to the bathroom door, and they're pecking on the door, and they're like, "Yo, you okay? Are you good?" I don't think so, Steph. Yeah, wasn't that the one the mom was pressuring her to be thin? I don't think so. Um, yes, the cleaning lady found the baby and was inconsolable. Yes. Yes, Margaret. That's the one. Um, and the whole time, so they come in there at first before they find the baby in the bathroom, and they come in there and they're talking to the girl, Alexi, and she's like, um, nothing. She kept saying nothing was crying. Nothing was crying. Yes, this girl was a cheerleader. Yes. Yes, Miss King. Yep, she was a cheerleader. Um, blonde white girl in Ohio, which I also had a lot of words for. I don't know if I remember that one. Maybe I would if I saw the picture of her, but I want to do a video on its own of this one. You could, Miss King. I don't see how her mom did not know. But so Skylar Richardson was the Ohio girl. Yeah. I think if I saw her photo, I would remember. Um, but she, um, the doctors come in and they're like, we think that you've had a miscarriage. Um, and then because they didn't see a baby or anything at that point, and at that point they hadn't done any sort of like x-rays or anything like that. Um, and she was telling them that she was a virgin, that she'd never had sex. So the next thing you know, they call the like cleaning lady to come clean up the mess in the bathroom. And when she gets in there and starts cleaning, she finds this baby and she flips out. And then the nurses and the doctor puts it all together, and then they come in there and they're like, "Okay, we found a baby in the bathroom. Looks like you were trying to hide it. The baby is no longer living." The mom is like, not the baby's mom, but the girl's mom was like, "Oh my god, oh my god, haven't you seen the news? This girls go to jail for this kind of stuff all the time. How could you do this? Blah 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 blah." And the young girl Alexi the whole time is saying, nothing. Nothing was breathing. Nothing was crying." And I'm like, She just kept saying nothing was crying. I'm like, it's not a nothing. It was like she looked at this child, this infant, this baby as a thing and not as a baby. And eh, so the grandmother, Alexi's mom, asks one of the nurses like, "Whoa, is this like how old was this baby?" Because the doctor had said something about doing an autopsy, that kind of thing. And I think that the mom was thinking that it was like a teeny tiny little thing, and the one male nurse, he says, "Oh no, this baby is full term. Full term." And she's like, "Are you saying like this is 9 month old? What did you do to that baby?" She was asking the Alexi, her daughter, "What did you do to this? What did you do to the baby? What did you do to it?" It was awful. Like the whole thing is on body cam, right? Eh, The doctor has to like tell the mom to stop and knock it off and all this because she's like, the first things first, she's just given birth. She may still have, you know, because she's got a lot of heavy bleeding, we may have to, do something medically, like she still had like placenta stuff to deal with. But anyway, that was a horrible situation. Horrible. Steph says, or no, what? Not Steph. Nicole says, I was wondering what was going on with that case because I hadn't heard anything for a while. Right. So it's been super quiet. And as far as I know, she's not been in jail. I think that I could be wrong, but I think I read that she's not been jailed this whole time. But like I said, I could be wrong. Steph says she's only worried about her daughter going to jail, not her murdered grandbaby. Put them both away. Well, I mean, it's hard to gauge it because it all happened in a few minutes. Like, so the mom is probably feeling all kinds of emotions. She was like, not, oh, she was worried that her daughter was going to go to jail. She was worried. She was more concerned about this baby than she was her own daughter, like physically. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. Margaret says you should see the video of when the cops come to arrest the girl. The mom was totally offended and annoyed that the cops were taking her away. Yep. After that, yes. Because it shows there's a lot of body cam footage, which like I said, I would love to go over all of that. Because you got body cam of the nurses and the doctor, you got body cam interviews of them talking to the family, even the boyfriend and the boyfriend's parents, I think. But something had popped up about that story this morning, and I was looking at it and I was like, oh my gosh, because I hadn't heard anything in a long time about it. And then, yes, Margaret, that's right. The girl's lawyer is suing the hospital for wrongful death of the baby. I do remember that. Yes. Yep. Because I remember her lawyer was like, how dare they not, like, pregnancy test? Like, they were trying to blame the hospital for not doing a pregnancy test on her or whatever. And, you know, yeah. Ms. King says, I don't understand what this girl was thinking was going to happen. She's old enough to know that baby is going to come out at some point. Yeah, right. Nicole says, Margaret, yes. Then right after that, one of my friend's cousins had a baby, had it in a box in her trunk and took the car to get worked on, and then mechanic found it. Oh my gosh, Nicole. Wow. She was a teenager also, and she did do time for it. I just can't remember what she got. Holy cow. Wow. That is insanity. Margaret says, as for me, I only have fur kids. Our choice. That's the way of it. But I remember asking my mom if I'd popped up pregnant, good Lord, would she have wanted me to tell her and would she help me? And the answer was, of course, absolutely. My mom would have helped me and all that. Aw. Mm. Well, I mean, I can understand young girls being scared of getting in trouble. Um, but there are so many more resources now than there has ever been before. You know? And to be honest, I remember seeing photos and videos of Alexi, um, and it was obvious to me that she was pregnant. So I don't see how in the world the mom didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. I always say, would you rather be a grandparent or the parent of someone who did this, right? Alexi could have easily surrendered that baby to the hospital staff and told them to kick her mom out. She was an adult, right? I'm sorry, Steph. I know. I know. It's this is it ones with babies are hard. They're hard. All right, let's get back to this. But I will say that I want to do a video specific to cover the Alexi Treviso. I really want to do that. And we can take a look at all of the body cam and stuff like that. So, plus, it'd be good to have that video by itself with a massive trigger warning, right? So that way people who come into it know what they're coming into, right? When they come to watch it. So that way, Steph can skip that kind of thing. Margaret says, I've had a few friends who've had to have that conversation in diapers and daycares and high school graduations. Later, they made it. Granted, it's not like that for all, but I get it. I understand that, and I've got, I mean, went to school with girls who got pregnant really young. And, yeah, parents were disappointed. But that disappointment usually, and again, not in every situation, I know, but usually that disappointment melts away pretty quickly, and it turns into love. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, it's been happening since the dawn of time, right? I mean, it's been happening forever and ever and ever. So it just not good when you have the situation with young girls like Alexi who take the route that they take. It's not good whenever they do that. And I agree with Patricia. She was right there at a hospital. These girls they have these boxes all over the place now. I forget what they're called. What are those called? Where you can take a baby and put it in a place at these different like hospitals and police stations, and I forget what they're called, but like no questions asked, I mean, thank God that they have those now. And that's to keep people from doing what Alexi did. Safe havens, safe surrenders. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's literally like I've seen them before. Not personally, but like on TV, I've seen them before where they're like a literal like night deposit box or something. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And they have them. Mm. Patricia said it's sad. It's a good reminder to parents to be approachable about issues. Definitely try to steer them in the best direction for them, but be there for them to go to if there's a problem. Yes, 100%. Steph said my cousin's cousin on the other side hid her pregnancy until the end. Her parents were supportive, but not having the health care for the pregnancy, they didn't learn the baby had Turner syndrome. Oh, wow. Until after she was born. Margaret says, yeah, I have friends whose children grew up with them. Yep, right. Me too. Me too. Safe surrender, anonymous. Yeah, anonymous and everything. Yeah. Yep. Never have to know. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I cannot imagine what the actual holdup is. This is killing me, you guys. It is almost 3 p.m. That means they've got like 1 hour. If they stop at 4 again today, like they did yesterday, it's supposed to be 4:30. I don't know if they'll end early today or not, but looks like we may not be getting a verdict today either. And I really thought today would be the day. Steph says, just to clarify, she kept the baby and is a great mom, and her mom has been very helpful and supportive to help both the girls succeed. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's right. Yesterday they did stop at 3:30. That's true. Um, Margaret, my one friend is 46 and her son's turning 30 this year. Nice kid too. It was great to see things turn out good. It was hard for her, but they made it. Yeah, I mean, I've got a really, really good like one of my best friends growing up. When we were young, she got pregnant and their family was very, strict, but also Christian faith. Um, and it was hard, I mean, for her and them. It wasn't easy. But things worked out and um they did what parents should do and showed her unconditional love, and they got through it, and now that little baby is married with children of her own, and my best friend is a grandmother, and it's beautiful. But it could have gone the other way, because I know what my friend's thoughts were at that time. And I knew how her parents were at that time. And it, you know, I know. People in the chat over on Law and Crime is asking, Hoss much longer? That's going to be on a t-shirt. Not the Hoss long to die in the cold, because that would be awful to put that on a t-shirt, right? That's not even cute or funny. But the Hoss long part is kind of funny. Steph says, I got work to do, but I don't want to miss this. Well, just listen. You don't have to type. It does. It takes forever, Lauren. Margaret said, if I had a child, I think people would be wondering which one was brattier, me or them. I don't know, but I can imagine that, that it would be probably pretty even. Lally rubbed off on the jury. Now they're lollygagging. What, if any, t-shirts is Lolly gonna get? Oh my gosh. Someone just put that everyone is going home at 3:30. Oh my God. Ask it differently. Yes, Kel. Hey, Kel. Good to see you back. Good to see you back. Um, Someone said, if you think he was hit by that car, you are out of your mind. The chat over there is crazy pants. They do get lunch, Nicole. Yes. Hold on a second. Husband is home. I will be right back. Okay, you guys, hold on just a second. They do feed them lunch, Nicole. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, they've already had lunch. They're on Eastern time, so they had lunch, I think, about 1 o'clock. So they've been done with lunch for about 55 minutes, I think. Margaret said, I still want to change my screen name to Aunt Bev's Bangs, but I like Margaret better. I think you should change it, but keep in mind that you can't, you can only, well, you'd have to ask Steph. I think you have to wait so long to change it back, but I'm not positive. Yeah. Yeah, the whole 14-day thing. Right? All right. Well, husband just got home from work. I think what I'm going to do is put up our intermission screen. I'm going to take my phone with me. So I can keep an eye on this fan, the ceiling fan. In case something happens before they leave for the day. You know what I'm saying? In case something happens before 3:30 or 4 or whatever. But he just got home and I need to use the bathroom. I need a coffee fill up. I need to at least go in there and, get a little something to eat because I'm a little bit peckish, if that's the right word. I think that's what Grace says over there in Australia, peckish. Feeling a mite peckish. Not me, Berta. I don't change. Okay, Berta's the one that changes it all the time. Yeah. But I feel like she can change hers like pretty quick. Like she'll change it and then change it back. And I don't understand how that happens. Nicole says, okay, maybe they are stalling and have time before they have to go back into the courtroom. Well, they're in the deliberation room. They're in the jury deliberation room. And I would say that they get there while they're deliberating, their lunch gets like brought into them. And sometimes some juries will deliberate as they're eating lunch. I mean, they just eat through their, deliberations, and sometimes they don't. I don't know how they're doing it, but I'd say they're deliberating until it's actually time to leave for the day, because they've decided to leave by 4 to 4:30 every day. Me too, Steph. I'd want to be like done, out, gone. I'm going to go grab some coffee though. And like I said, do all the intermission-y things. So I'm going to turn the music on, turn the intermission screen on, and I'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes ish. So you go do all your intermission-y things too, okay? You go grab a snack, go grab something to drink, use the bathroom, walk around, stretch it out, throw a load of laundry into the washer or into the dryer, whatever it is you got to go do, okay? And I'll be back momentarily. But if they come back, I will have my phone with me and I'll run right back in here, okay? All right. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm changing the banner back to the viewer discretion may be advised, may contain graphic content. Hello and welcome back from your intermission. I hope it was a nice intermission. I got coffee. I let Poppy out to use the potty. Got a quick little snack. All within about, what, 10 minutes ish? All right. Oh, Spin said, I've been at an appointment. Did I miss anything? No. Nope. Nada. Nada. Oh, right, Nicole. Nicole says, I think we can agree that that was a very noisy courtroom with with the street traffic. Yes, ma'am, it was. All of the, what do you call it? Sirens and all that. It was very loud. Very, very loud. Yeah, we've been chatting about other cases. No verdict yet. Yelp, yelp, yelp. We've been talking a little bit about the Sandra Birchmore case and then also Alexi Treviso from New Mexico. The Sandra Birchmore is also in Canton, Massachusetts. Another story, I guess. I just saw something about lorries. Hold on a minute. Couple things I need to look at real quick. Hold on a minute. Where did you go? Open here. What does this say? Lori Vallows, Arizona defense team desperately needs more time to prepare for her trial, but she doesn't want that. She wants to go to trial in August. Her attorneys are asking for February. Defense for Lori Vallow motions to continue her August trial to February of 2025. Public defender Gerald Bradley says this is necessary to give Lori Vallow a competent representation, but she objects and wants to assert speedy trial rights. Well, I don't know what the judge will do or what the judge will say. Yeah, Kool-Aid lips, right? So she's in Arizona awaiting her trial, which is in regards to the death of Charles Vallow and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, which was her nephew by marriage. So that'll be one for the books. I'm wondering if that one's going to be televised. I don't know if it will be or not. You guys, they are in hour 14 of deliberation. Yep. Just flipped over a while ago, didn't it? Thank you, Lauren. 14 hours, you guys. 14 hours. All right, let's get back to a little bit of this and see what else Vinny has to say. I like this Rocco guy's commentary on the matter, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the murder window, we also have that John's phones. We got see some of this stuff. We're getting these pieces of the puzzle, right? And we have to just patiently wait for the rest. And a lot of it's going to come from Trooper Garino.
But she's home at 12:41, right? She's home at 12:41. That's the missing videotape, the ring video, 12:41. Trooper DeChico.
Seems to be, but Proctor indicated 12:34 the other day too. So I'm not sure until we see the actual.
Okay.
You know, they're going to.
So explain this to me, and then we'll get Nick's take on this. The question I have is, this is not a super large window of time, but Ricky D and Ryan Nagel and Heather are behind them, right? Like, how long are they there? Wouldn't they have witnessed this then? If it's this small window of time? Why not?
You're talking to Nick, right?
No, I'm talking to you, Kevin.
I'm sorry. No, I mean, my understanding would be so they arrived at 12:24 at the same time, and it takes 2 or 3 minutes for Nagel's sister to come out, and then they drove away, which probably would have been somewhere around 12:28, 12:29, and then John's phone stops moving at 12:32. So I believe that the truck that Nagel was in was gone, and then at 12:32, that's when the accident happened.
Okay, so this 12:35 time is not the entire window. Like it precedes. How long is Karen Reed there? I still don't know. Like when does she get there? Nick, what do you know about this? What time? If she gets home at 12:41, 12:38, she's moving away. They're telling me that it's connecting at 12:35, but is she there before 12:35?
So she's definitely at 34 Fairview before 12:35. Absolutely.
Okay, what time? How long is she there?
I think the one thing me and Kevin may agree on in this case is probably around 12:25 is when she gets probably around 30.
Okay, so the guy here on the left with the short dark hair is pro Karen Reed. Apparently, the guy here on the right in the blue and white checkered shirt with the black headphones on and the bald head is pro defense or pro prosecution. So, yeah. Kind of cool to have, views from both sides. I like that, Vinny. Very cool. Hold on. Spin says they have to have a holdout in that jury. Oh yeah, I'm imagining so. I can't figure out what the holdup is if they don't have a holdout. Patricia says, imagine if someone, wait. Let me reread that. Imagine if somehow it's 11 for guilty and 1 not guilty holding out. Oh my God. I can't imagine that though. If so, keep holding out, jurors. Stand by what you believe is right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I honestly, though, can't imagine that. I can't imagine. Think about when you look at it online, how, I don't know if anybody else is on Twitter or looking at other chats, other streams, but I feel like the vast majority of people are in the camp that believes that Karen Reed is innocent. But there are quite a bit of people who believe Karen Reed is guilty. And so, I'm wondering if the same is true for the people in the jury, Wondering if the same is true for the people in the jury. If they're split. But I can't imagine that 11 out of the 12 would think. But you never know, right? Ooh, right. QB is back. QB says, y'all. Hey, QB. Tyler didn't hurt you, did he? Or did he? We've been busy since you've been gone, man. Yeah, Margaret says, I'm betting they're locked. Oh no, Margaret. Every ant in the United States of America just invaded my sink. Have you had any rain? Wait, QB said, I told Tyler not to hurt me. Devin was my PT. Oh, so you didn't see Tyler? Not her fault, but it did hurt. Oh. She did say she'd be back by 2:20, didn't she? She lied. She lied, she lied, she lied. Margaret said it's been humid and hot. That's when they come looking for my air conditioning. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You said you'd finish at 2:20-ish. She was capping. Yeah, she was. Lord have mercy. You told a cap. You told a whole cap. You a whole capper, QB. You're a whole cap. You're a whole cap. Spin said, to be fair, she did make it back at 2:20 for me. Aw. Well, that's true. You're on Central Time, though. So that don't count. She probably went to the $1.25 tree. Oh my God, without us. Oh. Oh no, they invited a spider friend. I'm selling this house today. QB said, I saw him legit almost passed out. FYI, I don't think I'll be sleeping in my bed anytime soon. Oh no. Sorry, I'm over here slurping hot coffee. She can't. She's not allowed to go to the $1.25 tree without us. No, nope. No, ma'am. No ham, no turkey. Oh, you guys, they're killing me. They're killing me. Uh-oh. Morgana's got her boxing gloves on. She's ready to go. QB said, I said I'd finish at 2:20, not be back, but took longer because passing out. What do you mean did you really pass out? Oh, she said that. I read that. I legit almost passed. I thought you meant you were playing. Like, you literally almost passed out? Lord have mercy. Okay, picked up food, heading home, hard to type. God love your heart. They're not allowed to do you like that. Maybe that's kind of what I was thinking. When I read it, I don't know that I took that literal. Mm. I'm sorry, QB. That sucks. Lord have mercy. All right. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. Let's listen to a little bit more.
34 Fairview. So there, I mean,
But the murder can't take place then because the car's behind her, right? The Ryan, Ricky, and Heather are behind them.
Because it didn't happen that way. That's why none of this makes sense. Because
Okay, I gotta rewind that.
everybody had eyes on it.
Can't take
34.
But is she there before 12:35?
So she's definitely at 34 Fairview before 12:35. Absolutely.
Okay, what time? How long is she there?
I think the one thing me and Kevin may agree on in this case is probably around 12:25 is when she gets probably around 34 Fairview. So there, I mean,
But the murder can't take place then because the car's behind her, right? The Ryan, Ricky, and Heather are behind them.
Because it didn't happen that way. That's why none of this makes sense, because everybody had eyes on her outside. That you had 3 or 4 people looking out the window watching every move Karen made. They saw her vehicle move 3-4 times. Jen McCabe sent a text message around 12:41, I think it was. She was already home. So none of this timeline makes sense. As far as the ping off that tower there, I believe that was while she was on her way back to 34, while she was on her way back to 1 Meadows Ave at John's house. So the reason why I believe that footage of Karen Reed pulling up to John's house is missing is because if you concrete a time that she arrived home, now it makes the timeline a lot harder for them to say, okay, well, she arrived at this time when she hit him, but then it's a 5-minute drive back here, so she got home at 12:41. That's why that video is missing. And we know DeChico had to have seen that video for him to put a 12:41 timestamp on that.
Okay,
So somebody saw that video.
The bottom line takeaway from this is that
voicemail, but yeah. Go ahead.
The bottom line takeaway is it's got to be before 12:38, but like after when? 12:33, 12:34, 12:32? Do we know?
Well, John's phone stopped moving at 12:32, so I would say that was the time of the accident.
Still to come.
I'm sure John's driven the vehicle. That's most likely why you're going to see any of John's DNA on the car. I'm sure if they tested other places of that vehicle as well, John's DNA is going to be on that car. So as far as, who planted that hair, when was it planted? I can't specifically say who planted it. It's John's hair. It could have literally came from anywhere. How did they get a piece of hair to send to the lab to test to match up that piece of hair? Where did they get that piece of hair? The jury may look at the taillight and say, okay, why is his DNA on the taillight? But also, why are there 2 unknown DNAs on the taillight? And why are there unknown DNAs all over his clothes and on his shoes?
True. Why? I mean, kind of the same reason why, he goes to 2 different bars. He's hanging around a bunch of different people. Did he eat ribs while he was at the restaurants or the bars? Did he eat some, because there was pork. What was it? Wasn't it like pig DNA on his shirt or something? I mean, hello? Patricia says, sorry for accusing you of running around on us at the $1.25 tree. Feel better and take it easy, QB. Yeah. I feel bad. She wasn't able to do no running around at the $1.25 tree. She says she's okay. Yeah. Go get you some rest, ma'am. I'm sorry. Leave us on, though, in case they get a verdict. I don't think they're going to, but they might. I'm sorry. I'm watching this. Sorry, I'm looking at this stream. Was that unknown DNA kept? Can it be tested to see if it matches? I don't know. Brian.
Are DNA.
But the question in the Karen Reed murder trial is, can you trust the DNA?
Reaction to the DNA evidence today?
It means nothing, which is why, I mean, that's why you heard us ask your question.
John's DNA was on his clothes.
What was that, Karen?
John's DNA was on his clothes.
What are you thinking as you're sitting there during this part of the testimony?
That it's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
So the defense doesn't seem concerned about the DNA evidence that was presented today. This is evidence of John O'Keefe connected to the back of Karen Reed's SUV. First, you've got the hair.
That's funny. That's funny. Someone said justice for Amber Heard, bro. They need to go lay down somewhere. Nah. I wonder how her dog is, the one that got stung by a bee. And then I just made a really funny face like she did when she was on the stand. My dog got stung by a bee. Oh, you texted me, QB? I'll go look. Yes, Barbecue. Tell man-child you need ice cream again. Oh. Let me go look. Let me go look. Which video? QB, hun. Hold on, QB's texting me. Probably the lady speaking out. Oh, the one I'm watching. Oh, okay. Yes. Hold on, let me go grab it. Copy. I'm gonna put it in the chat here, QB. Paste. All right, there you go. Barbecue. Yeah, Vinny's face. Okay. Nicole said, I'm back. My phone was saying 135 until I restarted my phone. I was like, it's still not 135, is it? No, it's not.
On the rear bumper, okay, on that quarter panel. We can take a look at a picture of that, right? So the hair is found there. Now, take a listen to the DNA analyst talking about that hair.
The mitochondrial DNA profile that was obtained from the sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
Okay, and there's a second DNA sample that's taken. This is from the rear passenger taillight, the casing of it. And I don't know if it's clear.
Again, that tells me nothing. That does not tell me, whoa, he was hit with this car. That is not what it tells me. If you were to take my shirt right now that I am currently wearing, or any of you for that matter in the chat, if you have the shirt that you're wearing and you look at that shirt, if you have hair on your head, because some of you may or may not, I do not, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But you will probably find at least one rogue random shed hair. Right? And it's very possible if you're wearing long sleeves and you walk past a car that is wet and it has snow on it or whatever, and you accidentally, you pass by, the wind blows, anything. Plus, I mean, he's a guy with short hair. So, I mean, it's not going to, shorter hair is going to blow off, quicker than someone that's got really long hair, which will cling more to it. There's no way, you guys. There's no way. Steph said I probably have like 50. Sherry says I got cat fur too. I'm glad you got it, QB. Good. Good, good, good. Patricia says you live together, got crying out. Oh, you live together, for crying out loud. His hair was probably all over her, everything. Right. I know. I know. Margaret said, I often wonder if anybody goes home with my blonde hair on them and what the story is when they get home. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Margaret. When all they did was stand next to me in the wind. Oh, Lord. That's kind of scary, huh?
Clear what the source of the DNA is. Could be skin cells, saliva. I'm not sure, but it's from a swab. Here's what the analyst had to say about that.
Profile from the extract that you received as far as EO2, from the passenger side tail light of the vehicle. What, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and SDR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor. So in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 749 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
All right, Nick. Now, let's be honest. If that stuff wasn't there, the defense would be jumping up and down saying, oh, there's not even any DNA on her car. But there is. There is. So what's the innocent explanation for this? And should it be a concern? It's a hair and it's some other level of DNA that's on the tail light.
So as far as the hair goes, I think at this point, nobody believes that hair stayed on for over 70 miles of travel in a windy snowstorm and not even being attacked.
100%. There's no way that happened at all. I don't buy that, period. No. Margaret out here home wrecking with stray DNA. I know, right? They got some splaining to do now, Margaret. The floozy was the win. They got some splaining to do.
Attached to anything. It's just a free-floating hair on the bumper. There is no way that anybody, even the jury, is going to believe that hair stayed on.
Let me ask you
the entire time.
Is the allegation that it is Proctor that is putting the hair on there? If so, like when did he get the hair?
So, I mean, don't forget Karen's vehicle, right? I'm sure John's driven the vehicle. That's most likely why you're going to see any of John's DNA on the car. I'm sure if they tested other places of that vehicle as well, John's DNA is going to be on that car. So as far as, who planted that hair, when was it planted? I can't specifically say who planted it. It's John's hair. It could have literally came from anywhere. How did they get a piece of hair to send to the lab to test to match up that piece of hair? Where did they get that piece of hair? Probably the same place that they got this piece of hair to put on the bumper. So,
Well, hold on,
I mean,
you guys.
As far
We got audio. We've got audio. We've got audio.
Okay, the jury indicates they want to go home.
Oh
All
my
right, but I'd
God.
like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Lord have mercy. Oh, did you see the brother's face just then? Oh. Did you see the brother's face? He like rolled his head back, rolled his eyes and his head back. He's like, done. Poor dad. Poor dad. Yeah, imagine how frustrated. I mean, you know how frustrated we are. Imagine how frustrated his family is and her family, Karen's and John's. Mm-mm-mm.
Jim. Yeah,
Well, spit it out, Bev. What are they doing? Somebody was requesting the sister-in-law. That was weird. Something's going on. Look at his face. The media guy's looking over there. Something's wonky's going on.
Hey, Jers. We all appreciate how hard you've been working, and I understand you'd like to stop for the day, so we will certainly do that. We appreciate everything you're doing. I do have to give you those same precautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Clear your heads. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good, all right. Hurry up.
Yeah, they're panning in on her, the sister-in-law. Something's happened. Something's happened. Hey, welcome back, Urelli. I know.
Wait, seated.
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Rise, please.
I don't know. I'm gonna run over to Twitter and see
Hey
what I
there,
can
Karen Reed, trial watchers.
hold
You know
on.
what? A lot of the trials we cover.
See what I can find out. I'm gonna run over to Twitter to see if I can find anything out. Surely to goodness, we'll get some courtroom information. Hi, Sparkle 1053. Say my anxiety. I know. My anxiety is getting the best of me too. Kel says, I think everyone's very frustrated. Steph said, there's no way they'll go into 4th of July week. No, I don't see that happening. It was really weird, right, Lauren? I don't know what there was something, it was like someone called the sister-in-law and she got up and walked. The jury did come in, and that's probably partially what they were looking at, but something definitely happened. Because that camera panned in on her there at the end, right? Sparkle says, I can feel it tomorrow. Maybe one of the parent. It could be nothing. It could be that there was absolutely nothing. I don't know. It was just very weird. I'm going to go over here to Twitter. Dad does look frail. Dad looks tired and sad. And that breaks my heart. Maybe the jury looked like they've been going through it. Let me go find. That would be John O'Keefe's sister-in-law. The lady there with the dark hair, the guy to her right that had the bald head, and I think he had on a blue shirt. Here, hold on, let me rewind it and I'll explain. He's Officer John O'Keefe's brother. So yeah, right there. She just gets up and walks off. And this guy right here is John O'Keefe's brother. And he's married to the girl that was sitting there that just got up and walked off. You can see this woman is saying something to him. And she's got a really strange look on her face. Did you see that? And he's almost got like a weird look on his face right there. Like he's got a very strange look on his face. And you could see that dark-haired lady. I don't know who that is right here. Her. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but it's this lady right here with the black hair, short shoulder-length black hair. She's got a black tank top on. Whenever the sister-in-law, Erin, yes, thank you, Lauren, gets up and walks off, Paul, the brother, John O'Keefe's brother, is looking at the girl, the lady with the black hair, and she's whispered something to him, and she said she's got this strange look on her face. It's a little like,
Yeah, I'll talk.
see, watch.
Rise to the jury.
Something telling y'all, something happened. Something happened. Something happened. Sparkle says this whole thing breaks my heart. Me too. And welcome over here, Sparkle. Welcome, welcome. Yes, her husband is his Paul. Her husband is his brother, Paul. Sheesh. Yeah, I agree. It breaks my heart too. Sure thing, Nicole. Sure thing, Lauren, Aaron. Aaron is the boy spelling typically. Maybe the lady is the sister-in-law's mother. I have no idea. Maybe the coffee finally got through. Kel said someone called her to go out of the courtroom. Yeah, I could tell someone called for her, but I don't know who and why. And his face, he got a very strange face afterwards. I'm going to go look. I'm just looking on Twitter to see if I can find anything. Turtle Boy said Freedom Friday because tomorrow's Friday and he's expecting her to be, freed. Oh, goodness. Gail says the lady in black looks at someone and points to herself, then to the lady that jumped up. Maybe they had her go out to update the McAlberts. I don't know. But, I really thought that today was going to be the day. Didn't you guys? I need to go check the poll. Let me go check the poll. 53 votes today. All right. Well, let me refresh this page. Hold on. If you haven't yet voted in the poll before we end, hold on. So yeah. If you have not yet voted, make sure to go vote in the poll that's in the chat. Well, it doesn't really do any good now, right? The question in the poll was, will we get a verdict today? I guess never mind now, since I forgot what question I had asked. Never mind. We had 53 votes. All right. We had 53 votes. And boy, howdy, we're the vast majority wrong on that. Right, Steph? Everybody's going to say no at this point. I know. I wasn't thinking. Usually I'm used to saying, make sure to get your votes in before we leave for the day, blah, 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 blah. And then I get over here. I forgot what the question was. And then I get over here and I see, will we get a verdict today? I'm like, never mind. Obviously, we're not. But a whopping 66% of you said yes, that we would. So the whopping 33% that said no, you guys were correct. Correctamundo. You were right. We did not get a verdict today. No, we did not. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Let me catch up. Kel said she thought it would have been today too. I just knew it was going to be today, right? I knew it was going to be today. Sparkle says, have a feeling if no verdict before lunch, then no verdict tomorrow. Oh, okay. So you mean if we don't have a verdict by lunch tomorrow, then they're not going to have it? If that's the case, I would threaten, if I was Bev, and say, y'all know what? I've let you go home each night early this week during deliberations. Now, you know what you're going to do? You are going to deliberate over the weekend, the entire weekend. There you go. I know she can't do that, but I mean, she could do that if she wanted to, but she would leave that up to the jurors. So, Patricia says, right, I want to know what that smirk was for. The brother's smirk? You mean his face? Because he's had a little bit of a face. If that's who you're talking about, I don't know. QB said, I said no. Do I get cake? Tomorrow should be an actual answer or hung jury. Ooh. Hey, Shiraz. Ma'am. Shiraz, what are your thoughts? Did you think that they would have a verdict today? And did you see, Shiraz? Did you watch this? Are you watching? Did you watch this already? We missed you too, girl. We missed you. Right before the feed ended, they had the sister, what it looked like was someone had come in and requested the sister-in-law, Erin. She gets up, walks out. Paul, the brother that's right there on the screen, is looking that way, and then the other lady that was sitting on the other side of the sister-in-law with the black hair looked at him and mouthed something, and she has a strange look on her face, and then he has this strange look on his face. It was really weird. And then when Bev said, you're go home for the day, the camera panned straight in on that sister-in-law's face. Do you want to watch it? Shiraz says, I was not aware of any of this. Watch. It's literally just a couple of minutes. Not even a couple of minutes, just a few seconds. Okay, hold on. Let's watch this again. Let me rewind it. Okay, now watch. I'll talk. So right here, so you can tell someone requests the sister-in-law. Gail says, look at the woman, point to herself. Okay. So whoever it was requesting, they pointed at someone, and she points at herself, and then the sister-in-law points at herself, like, which one of us are you wanting or needing or whatever? Hold on, let me rewind it one more time. Okay, watch. And then I'll let it go on through. I'll talk. Watch Paul's face. And watch the I don't know, it kinda looks like she's saying, "Better not be, better not be." Look and see if you can read her lips and see if it looks like she says, "Better not be, better not be." Mm. Watch her mouth the words to Paul. Now watch his face. Look at his face. Watch his face.
Jimmy? Hey, Jers. We all appreciate how hard you've been working, and I understand.
Now she's
you'd like to
back.
stop the day, so we will certainly do that.
She comes back, but you really can't see anything until they adjourn or whatever, and then that's when the camera pans straight in on the sister-in-law's face.
We appreciate everything you're doing. I do have to give you those same precautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Clear your heads. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good, all right, hurry up.
Oh, goodbye, Sparkle. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow.
Getting seated?
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rise, please.
Very strange, right? Very, very strange. Steph said the McAlberts out there in a scuffle. Maybe. Bet someone did tell her to go out and tell the McAlberts. QB wants to know who juror number 1 is. QB or Shiraz says, I haven't been able to confirm officer on the jury. Heard Badero talk about it last night. Could be good or bad for defense. Yay. Chad Daybell's house is on the market. Oh, Lord. Shiraz says, I'm poking around on Twitter. Thanks, Steph. I forget, even though my daughter is here this week. I knew what you meant, QB. I'm poking around on Twitter too. I'm not seeing anything. Mm. Quick of prior, right? I know. Very, very prior-ish. I'm poking around here. Oh, here are some you remember that table that I told you guys earlier that had all the different times for people who were found not guilty and people who were found guilty? So here's a list. These are all people who were found not guilty. Casey Anthony, jury deliberated for 11 hours. Kyle Rittenhouse, 27 hours. I didn't realize his was that long. O.J. Simpson, 4 hours. Johnny Depp, 12 hours. George Zimmerman, 16 hours. Robert Blake, 35 hours. Michael Jackson, 32 hours. And then here are some who were found guilty. And you can see how short their time was. Jodi Arias was 15 hours for hers. Another longer one was Derek Chauvin. I can't never pronounce his name right. Chauvin. I can't remember, never pronounce that. Daryl Brooks, 3 hours. Robert Durst, 7 hours. Alex Murdaugh, 4 hours. Wow. Mm. Oh, yay, Lauren. Have fun. Have fun. We'll see you tomorrow at some point. Patricia said, I forgot Rittenhouse took that long. Oof. Margaret said, my mom just called me. She says hello to the group. Hi, Margaret's mom. Steph said Mommet, like Margaret, but Mommet. So cute. So someone asks, does anyone know why Aaron O'Keefe was directed to leave the gallery? Doesn't seem like it's a huge deal, but still kind of weird. Yeah, I thought it was very strange, man. Very, very strange. Thanks, Lauren. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah. Not seeing anything. Hold on a second. Honey, don't be sweeping. I want to go. I think I want to jump in if the water's not cold. Husband's like, I'm going to go sweep the pool. I'm like, I think I want to get in if the water's not freezing. We had a lot of rain, so the water might be cold. It could have been, Shiraz. It could have been something just very, very minor. Nothing at all. It was just kind of weird, you know? And if it was something super minor, we won't hear nothing about it. But if it was something major, I'm sure we'll be hearing about it very, very soon. So I'll be keeping my ears out on Twitter just in case. But anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to say the same thing about tomorrow. I'll plan on noon Eastern time. However, if the jury comes back before then I will go ahead and hop in and start the stream just as soon as the verdict comes in, if they have one, before noon tomorrow. Henny said I'll be on and off tomorrow due to the race weekend. All right, no worries. I love it. I love it. Shiraz says their pool's like bathwater. Well, it was here too, because we had a lot of hot, humid days in a row. And then the temperature kind of went down a little bit, and then we had a lot of rain. So I'm assuming the water is going to be chilly, but I don't know. I hope they want to be done before the weekend too, because literally we're heading into, like Steph said earlier, the 4th of July week soon, you know? Ugh. Ooh, yay, Kel. All right. You guys make sure to join because we're going to be celebrating Miss Morgana's birthday tomorrow. Yes. We're going to be celebrating Morgana's birthday. I'm so excited. So excited. Yes, Morgana's birthday. Patricia said, and you know, Bev and her bangs have 4th of July plans. What day does the 4th fall on? Let me go look real quick. Okay, so they would deliberate tomorrow, be off Saturday, Sunday, and then they'd have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is the 4th. Okay. Okay. All right. QB said Thursday. Oh, Kel said Thursday too. Yay, yay, yay. Aunt Bev's bangs. Lord have mercy. I don't know. I figure they're going to want to have it all nice and neatly packaged up and ready to finish by tomorrow. I can't imagine them wanting to go into the weekend. Then again, I thought that they would have had a verdict today. I thought they would have had a verdict yesterday, but anyway. Anyway, we're going to get out of here. Thank you guys for joining. And thank you guys for sure as says, will Hubs give his employees a day off Friday just to be nice? Probably not. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I know, right, Lauren? They have to. QB's off all week. Get out of here. Go lay down somewhere, ma'am. She's like, I am laying down. Thank you. Go get in the pool before something comes up that requires you to handle. Right? Yay. All right. I'm going to scooch on out of here. And I'll see you guys back at noon Eastern time tomorrow, unless there's a verdict beforehand. And if there is, then I will jump on early. All right. So you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening. And stay cool if it's hot. Stay warm if it's cold. All the things. Make sure you do all the other things, right? Thumbs ups, hashtag replay, like, subscribe, notification bell, all those things. Love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.